Longer? 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 Longer?
Hello, 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 welcome everyone back to the Squid Easy. My name is Liz. That's Kit. We have a bartender again. We actually haven't had a bartender in a while. And we are doing... We're going to pause this bad boy. We're going to turn game audios on. We're doing Phantom Doctrine, which seems a little loud according to my audio slider. So I'm going to turn that down just a tiny bit. We'll see how it actually is in-game, but... Cat is on indefinite hiatus, which is fine because everyone should take mental health breaks when they need them. Like I do pretty much every November for no discernible reason. Probably. I don't know. To consider the following, Kit. You know more than I do. You're a new cat mom to a foster. I love that. And you need caffeine. You have an Aya Lovelace emote. I automatically love you. Yeah, I don't know anything about this game. It is a consider the following, which means that our lovely friend Deadman spent 30,000 channel points to make us play this. So, I don't know what we're expecting here. I don't know, other than I do know... Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, that is a 6-month sub! Oh my goodness gracious, that's 6 whole months! That's almost a whole year! Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub! For 6 months in advance! Oh my gosh! And for gifting 5 subs! Welcome into you! Goodness gracious! Hello? Thank you so much! We got one for Trar, one for October Stereo, we hit K, we got Autumn, Autumn, congratulations! And we got Windy! Oh my gosh, I haven't seen Windy in forever. Thank you so much! Yeah, I'm not hearing the voice lines.
Acknowledge you.
They are playing. I'm just not hearing them. They should be playing through a source on OBS.
Gratitude you.
OTAC, that's the one. Yeah, OTAC. Acknowledge you. Gratitude you. Shout out to Sarah Lane. Am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Sarah Lane? I believe I've heard Bonnie say it. I might be wrong. Congratulations, Autumn. Let me double check my thing. If y'all got sound alerts, it's not a big deal. It would be nice if I could hear them. Global devices. Default, monitoring. Thank you for the 4 bits, Cat. I don't know why I didn't hear that. I should have heard that. Audio. Does that break anything? It shouldn't, because that's... I think that's the source for the global... Okay. My mic is working. I think the audio is still working. It looks like y'all can still hear those things. Yeah, you might just be boosted. Properties. Oh!
Acknowledge you. Gratitude you.
Thank you for another 10 gift subs. What? What is happening?
Acknowledge you.
Why do we have a level 2 hype train?
Gratitude you.
Also, who triggered the pork buns?
Acknowledge you. Gratitude you.
What? That's level 5? Is it a level 5? My thing says hype train 2.
Gratitude.
It is a level 5. We skipped 3 levels. Thank you so much.
Acknowledge you.
Thank you for stopping in,
Gratitude,
Callista.
you.
It's good to see you. Enjoy your lurk. Good luck with your writing. Hello, Tora.
Acknowledge you.
How have you been? It's good to
Gratitude,
see you. Welcome
you.
in. Oh,
Acknowledge you.
Siri Bun caught one and it
Gratitude,
triggered
you.
pork buns. Oh, that's too funny. I got Bazonga's
Acknowledge you.
Friday. Literally
Gratitude,
Friday.
you.
Please, yeah, go get you. If anyone deserves
Acknowledge
caffeine
you.
right now, it's you. Thank you so much for the
Gratitude,
gifts.
you.
I really appreciate it. Yeah, Tora, I'll tell you the full story.
Acknowledge you.
I have been
Gratitude,
non-binary for like 10 years now, and I've always wanted to present more femme, but never got around to it, essentially. Can't. 69 individual apples. I hope you all enjoy M1 Grand Pings. It plays every single bit as a Grand Ping. And I just never presented. What? Cat!
acknowledge you.
Cat, you managed to hit Callista and Tora, who just came in. Oh my gosh. Hello, Fluffy. How are you today?
You. Gratitude, you.
We'll give a shit. Thank you, Cat. You also hit bio, so.
Acknowledge you.
Oh my
Gratitude,
goodness.
you.
Y'all, we haven't even started the game yet. I'm like over here doing tech issues at the start of stream.
Acknowledge
Y'all are
you.
popping off in the chat for no reason.
Gratitude, you.
Yeah, basically I've been non-binary for a long time and I've always wanted to present femme some days and mask other days, and I pretty much just always presented mask. And I finally said, let's just present femme and see what happens. And the fox up there above my head, that's Kit. She's our resident artist. She does all of my art for almost everything on stream is a Kit original. And I said, do you want to draw me as a girl? Not just like with tits, but like actually as a girl. And she did. And so I debuted a girl model on Friday, and by Tuesday it was all over for me. So yesterday I officially came out as a trans woman. It took like 5 days after debuting this model for that to be over. Cam!
You.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh my goodness. Y'all are crazy. What are you doing? You got tab with one of them.
You. Gratitude, you.
I was a trans girl when I was in my early 20s. Interrupting cow type shit for real. This is what we do in a day, apparently. Thank you so much, Saralyn. Yes, my hat is a Nautilus shell. My character's name is Elizabeth. And the pun there is that she goes by Naughty Liz. So yes, she's a Nautilus. I was a trans woman in my early 20s, and I never really committed to presenting femme. I just presented mask all the time, and I was like, oh, well, if I'm not gonna lean into it, if I'm not gonna actually be trans or anything, I'm not gonna perform woman publicly, then what's the point? And at the time, gender fluid fit me better. I think I was right. I think when I stopped being trans femme and started being gender fluid, I think that was the right call, and I still think that's the right call. But presenting femme felt good in a way I was scared of back then. So even though I haven't switched genders, I've decided I can be gender fluid and then be trans femme. So That's kind of where I am. It's really funny. On Friday, I was like, I'm not coming out. I'm not suddenly a girl. My gender's exactly the same. I just want to present femme some days. I've always been gender fluid. And now I'm like, all of that's true, but also I'm just a girl now. Also, in addition, I'm also just a girl. So that was the journey of this week. It's been a long week already. Thank you all so much for the level 5 hype train. We cleared level 5. We were in level 6. Oh. So that's how today is going to be, huh? That's how we're going to do today? Okay. What?
Acknowledge you.
What are you doing?
Gratitude you.
Kit, the hype train's over. Stop. Kit, thank you for the 10 gift subs.
Acknowledge you.
Y'all are unhinged.
Gratitude you.
Who are any of those people?
Acknowledge you.
Grana
Gratitude
Gus
you.
Salad, 420. Roya 87, Corona Flight.
You.
No, just Corona Light.
Gratitude you.
Dis One Monkey. Meet the Waddles. Bunpeto.
Acknowledge you.
Mudo. Yeah, we got Bunpeto, so it hit Pork Bun again. Eggers Man, I Bagel Fox, and DeMuffin Man. Okay. Do we really not have any other regulars who aren't subbed, so it just has to give away to random people? I don't think I recognize any of those usernames.
Gratitude you.
Maybe one of them will stop by. We ran out, Pinch. We're out of regulars. We're out of chatters. Chatter machine broke.
Gratitude you.
Okay. Are we starting the game now? Am I waiting? I love that Kit throwing those actually procced the Hype Train level 6 pop-up to show up in my chat. Hello, Bio. Congrats on your sub.
Acknowledge
Welcome
you.
in.
Gratitude you.
Alright. I think we're gonna start now. We should be good. Also, I believe this game is clear on... I was told this game was clear on controller. That does not seem to be the case. Hang on. See if we can fix that. Sometimes it throws a fit until you plug and unplug the controller. It doesn't seem to want to do the controller. Sub out of fucking nowhere. Input device. Yeah, okay. It is designed for controller. It defaults borderless windowed. Every setting is very high and it looks like it's running real smooth, so we'll keep that on. Audio's all maxed out. Instantly open world might. Oh, that's terrifying. Listen, on Friday, when I was streaming, I had people coming in and saying to me, "This is the happiest I've ever seen you." And I didn't see that in myself, but chat was watching it happen. And that's when I knew something was happening. Was when people in chat were like, "This is the happiest I've ever seen you." And I was like, "Oh, interesting. That's interesting information. Thank you for sharing that." A more forgiving experience. Recommended for your first playthrough. Normally the easy mode is recommended for people who don't play these types of games. It's just recommended for your first playthrough. Difficulty for players familiar with mechanics specific to Phantom Doctrine. And ramped up difficulty. Body disposal unavailable. The inner happiness. Inner peace. Inner peace. Full gameplay functionality of Phantom Doctrine, but the narrative is simpler to follow. Wait, there's a stupid mode? There's a stupid mode. Why is there a stupid mode? I want to play the more in-depth version of the story where I get to the bottom of things. Do I have to be on hard to do... Is extended New Game Plus only? They're like, welcome to the game, dumbass. You're going to get inner peas. You're going to get the watered down version of the plot on easy difficulty because you're not good enough for it. Enable the tutorial. We'll have to restart the campaign upon game over. Let's not. The hype train just says it finished. My animation ended hours ago, but hype train level 7. Y'all are crazy. Yo, no, hold up. Most of the time I do not like hype train emotes. A lot of them kind of suck. Talk to me about Goblin Jam, though. Look at Goblin Jam. I do like Kit's Miss. Thank you for the lurk, Zerlin. Go get you some coffee. Yeah, I think I already have Miss. I do a lot of hype trains. So I got fucking Goblin Jam. Goblin Jam rocks. I'm so sad these are limited time, though. They're now on a cycle. So you unlock one, and then you only get to use it until they cycle in another one. Okay. We're doing all the basic settings there. CIA, KGB, and locked. Oh, no. Codename Deadpan. As elite CIA wet work commando, unravel conspiracy set in the middle of war-torn Beirut and beyond. Codename Kodiak. Hunt traitors of the motherland as a highly decorated KGB counterintelligence operative. Or a secret third option. The three genders, CIA, KGB, and locked. Real name Jason Gonzalez. Let's do Elizabeth. What's... You know what? That's funny. If I'm gonna do Squid J easy, it's just gonna be Elizabeth Naughty. I'm gonna pick passport photo. These are certainly some appearances that some human beings have. They reset my name? Oh, okay. Well, we just type it again. Thank you for noticing, because I didn't notice they changed that. Why would they change that? Where's the Irish representation? Where's the redheads? Well, we're probably fine with that. That's such a mess of hair. I am sorry. When we did this back in the 70s, we didn't know what we were doing. We weren't cooking. We thought we were cooking. We were not cooking. If your hair is curly, we have to make it literally as poofy as possible. We're just not cooking with that. Oh god, I have to look at this character the whole game, don't I? Oh, see, her hair looks better outside of the passport. Honestly, it looks fine here. Oh, I hate that passport picture, though. It's got the, like, the wispy bangs over the face. Fine. Yeah, deadpan is just the default for CIA. If you're CIA, you're automatically deadpan. And then you're automatically Kodiak if you're KGB. Kind of like the Janus face. Can we do... Ooh, we can. We'll do average body type, how's that? Deadpan, Deadman. Let's see. That's randomized, that's reset, that's next. Confusing, but okay. Oh, I can change that for the character, too. Do I like parted or the ponytail? I kind of don't like the amount. It makes my head look enormous with the amount of volume coming from the front. Yeah, the passport photo's trapped eternally in the 70s, but whatever. We'll do the parted. Extraordinarily orange. I do kind of, unfortunately. There's not... Yeah, those are the options, unfortunate. We could do a brown. Oh, I could just go full dyed. Do we want the purple hair? Rep the Squid Easy. That's kind of the color my hair is in my model. Let's do that. It's a little too red for like a realistic character, but this style is just cartoony enough that it kind of works. Oh, the tweed. Oh, I love the peacoat. Oh, you can't... Color B? I can't change color B on there. Call this bitch Ranch, cause she be dressing. Oh, I'm gonna have to... I'm sorry for anyone who wanted me to look semi-decent. You cannot give me this. You can't give me this and not expect me to. I have to. I think probably that darker brown. Oh, I kind of like that one too. I don't want a colored one. I kind of want... If I get the right pants to go with it. Oh, the denim. That's it. There's a... No! Danger. Leather pants? I don't know about leather pants. That's it. That's the look. We got it. Boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. Chelsea's, Oxford's, moccasins, Derby's loafers. of the tactical boots. The heavy boots, those look fine. Perfect. Oh no! It's the angle she's wearing it at that's doing it for me. That is the angle you're supposed to wear one of those at. It's just appropriate. They have some good hat options. Why is this here? Why is this here? Why is this here? Can you explain this? All of the glasses are... Oh, okay. Kanye. Oh, just one more thing. Hello, Chams. Chance, did you see the new model? We're not rocking it today, but did you see the new one? I don't know if you were here on Monday. You might have missed it. I don't know if you saw Scene Liz. I just want to make sure you saw Scene Liz. Uh-huh. There you go. You can. I am all about that. Bet. I think it does help the ridiculous face shape that I have for some reason. The Rave, yeah, the Rave outfit looks amazing. The Rave outfit, we nailed it. I think I'm going to very quickly end up as... Oh, good! We've got cigarette, cigar, and pipe. If you really, really need to live your best spy life, we've got you. We smoking fat donks. Yeah, of the three outfits, is weird. The Rave one rapidly became my favorite Liz outfit. But I'm on it today because I feel like I'm gonna very quickly go into Elizabeth mode. It was also just a bit, yeah. Who cares? My gender was a bit as of Friday. Are those somewhere I can't see, or are they not loading? They're somewhere I can't see. They're like neck tattoos and things. I'm gonna do the pink. Rolling some fat doinks. We trained him to become a girl, as a joke. It worked! This is what 5 years of listening to good girl ASMR will do to you. Gaze in horror. Know your future. Gaze in horror. The events you are about to see may have been buried or covered up. Those with traceable records have been marked with the specific date they occurred on. Verify at your own risk, but trust no one.
This is Golf Yankee Juliet uniform. Reporting contraband seized.
Understood. Break off patrol. Head back to base.
Товарищ, HMS Conqueror нарушил радиомолчание.
Что? Показать расшифровку. Побыстрее.
Now the game's too quiet. Sorry. Let's turn that bad boy back up.
Vostok. It's big, Steve.
Langley seen it yet?
No. Should they?
Hell yeah, but use the network. We don't want anyone listening in.
First the British, and now the Americans. Was there anyone else you wanted to involve in our plans?
I am handling it, Valhalla. Get out. Both of you.
Your incompetence has exposed us. Now Iceberg is in jeopardy.
Doing all of this in the open was your idea.
True. It was a simple plan that any fool could have executed. And you failed.
Gentlemen, this problem is easily solved.
Traitors!
Now, don't shout. It's bad for your heart.
The good old heart attack gun. Beholder Initiative Covert Ops Urgent Top Secret. Briefing. High value cargo hijacked by British. Agent Kingfish to redeploy in UK. Run recovery ops. Phase 1. Enter British sector and FRG. Collect necessary forms from secured location. Activate sleeper asset. Rook. Further orders to be disclosed in due course. Handler Valhalla. Primary objectives. Reach the sleeper agent and activate his control phrase. Steal shipping manifests. Evacuate on the other side of the border. Beware of agents with secret perks. They may be superbly talented, but they may also be brainwashed. These are the two bitches from Clandestine, yeah. These bitches gay. Good
I
for
hope
them.
you have a
Good for
good
them.
reason for pulling me off that RAF gig.
Absolutely. This operation is crucial to Project Iceberg.
Why are you even talking to me? You're taking an awful risk.
Nonsense. They may be expecting defectors, but not the kind of hardware you're carrying.
Ihre Papiere bitte.
Nice. I know. In infiltration stage, guards will only react if you do something suspicious.
Ihre Papiere bitte.
Most actions cost action points. Some actions, especially combat related, can also cost fire points. Phantom Doctrine is a turn-based game, so when all your agents' points are depleted, end your turn.
Just gives the order.
Be careful. Be extra careful when entering a restricted area. If a guard sees you, he'll call the alarm.
In Ordnung. Gehen Sie weiter.
Yeah. Sie betreten. Den britischen Sektor. You are entering the British sector.
Who is this Agent Deadpan your file spoke about?
The latest CIA washout. Could be dangerous.
I sincerely doubt that.
Avoid cameras. They will trigger the alarm if you cross their cone of vision. Cameras can be disabled if you find a CCTV control unit. I see.
Deal with the security quietly. We don't want unnecessary trouble.
Thank you. I can handle myself.
No idea if this takes place in alternate history so far. I haven't seen anything that indicates that it's not real world history.
Found our puppet.
Give him the control phrase.
This one is our sleeper agent. Use the control phrase from the abilities menu. Takes over an enemy agent subject to control phrase. A sleeper agent is safe to go anywhere. Go up the stairs, use up to change floors, and select the target file. Guards can be taken down silently.
Will do.
Non-lethal against civilians. If you aren't a civilian, die. Oog, oh, his poor brain. All characters have a certain level of awareness. It is used by select actions, like takedown. In combat, awareness allows agents to dodge when shot at, effectively reducing received damage. Awareness regenerates every turn, and it can be raised by abilities and items.
What up?
Use Spotter Sport to lift Fog of War and reveal enemies and civilians inside the indicated room. Note that support agents operate from a specific direction and must have line of sight fired target be effective.
Located the documents, but we'll have to breach the room.
Don't worry, I'll clean the mess up.
Just give the order.
Select the Breach ability, select the marked room for attack, and confirm. Breach confers a damage bonus, making it extra deadly. Nearby, just move into the designated area and shoot any encountered hostiles. Suppresses enemy overwatch. Kit! When you activate a breach, enemies don't trigger overwatch. So when we breach this room, even if they're in overwatch, they won't get to react that turn.
Breach it.
Note that using non-suppressed weapons always triggers the alarm and starts combat. End turn. Call evac.
We've got the customs papers.
Good. Head to the evac zone. Driver will take
Summon the evacuation vehicle, selected evac zone. Rounds until the evac arrives. 2.
Extraction order confirmed.
Set Overwatch to guard the room.
What up?
Note the long-range Overwatch has a conical area of effect as opposed to a circular range of short Overwatch.
Consider it done.
Interesting.
Good, huh?
Yeah, this is XCOM but spies. Jump out the window and take cover. For 1 FP and 1 AP, you can use full auto attack, which will suppress the enemy, practically removing their awareness. We're on like 2 XCOM themed games right now. If I were to actually be playing actual XCOM right now, we'd be on 3 of them. Which is a lot, because I find, like, strategy games to be enjoyable, but, like, really exhausting. And I need a lot of action games spaced in order to just have days where I don't have to think to play a video game. Phantom Doctrine has no random chance to hit, but attacks can deal varying amounts of damage. Targets automatically dodge incoming attacks, provided they aren't at point-blank range. Dodging costs awareness. A dodge attack deals minimum damage, else maximum damage is further reduced by target armor and cover. In infiltration, at the beginning of combat, enemy awareness is always 0 except for enemy agents who start with full awareness. No RNG. Good news. The 2 XCOM games that we've been playing don't have RNG. Apparently this one does not have RNG. You can only miss an attack if the enemy is aware of you, otherwise it just kills you. And then the other one we were playing is the Marvel Midnight Suns, which does not have RNG. Attacks always tell you exactly how much damage they're going to do. I don't even think there's crits in it. So every enemy you don't kill or stun is going to hit you and deal damage on their turn. And you always know if an attack is or isn't going to kill. Some weapons are accurate enough to land devastating headshots, but cost awareness. Ignores cover protection, but costs awareness. End turn. I know. When the evac compromise timer elapses, you'll incur a danger penalty upon conclusion of the mission. Note, however, that does not affect mission success or failure. Evacuate now. Reached the end of the tutorial. Unsanctioned raid, Whitefish, Sargodha. We arrived in Pakistan to check up on their alleged nuclear program. We entered the mission area in disguise, but isn't foolproof. Keep clear of high-ranking Pakistani troops. Do not engage unless they fire first. Confirm the existence of the fission device, then evacuate before they know we were even here. So anyway, I started blasting. How it do, Steel? Welcome in.
A test of your reflexes!
Oh, goodbye. Ow. Oh yeah, Chance, down in the bottom left-hand corner, whenever someone does orders the usual, it gives you a bunger for a second.
Bunger?
There he is. He's a placeholder. I don't have the right assets for this, but I saw I had a Bunger sound file and the Bunger what do you call it? Like the little PNG of him, and I was like, shit, we should just use him as a placeholder until I have the T set up.
You really think this Pakistani nuclear program is legit?
Well, Leslie is usually right about these things.
Really? Shit. I bet him $10 it wasn't.
You're a hopeless
Yeah, if you say Bunger, it procs pork bun, because bun is in the text.
here until you call for evac.
This
Good.
agent
Keep
is
the comms to a
disguised.
minimum. Our disguise is pretty thin as it is.
That's me.
What if Leslie calls?
I don't think he'll be joining us on this one. He's on the move.
This agent is disguised and can safely go anywhere without raising alarm. Suspicious actions witnessed by enemies or civilians will trigger combat. Enemy agents always see through disguise. Okay. Truly bunger pilled.
Laser barriers. There's definitely something valuable in here.
Get rid of them before you stroll through one.
Bunger? Hello, dead man. Welcome in. So far so good. Controls well on controller, which is important for me. I like that. I haven't gotten to play with the system yet, but I like the system that's theoretically in here. Where you spend your resources, your awareness, to take actions, and then having low awareness causes problems. So you have to decide if you want to use your special moves or if you want to have high awareness to be able to dodge attacks and such. I hope you're doing well today, dead man.
I read you.
Yeah, we know Cat's in the background doing the fucking Perry the Platypus theme or whatever.
What's cooking?
One of 4 top secret documents. Oh! I was not warned that they were going to do that.
What do you require?
Made it, I think, 3 missions of this before I got distracted by something else. Yeah, oh, it's definitely a gotta be in the mood for it game. And it might be hard for me to continue with this one past one stream, at least immediately, because it's gonna have a hard time competing with Marvel Midnight Suns, which isn't super similar gameplay-wise, but like just similar enough, I think. Deadpins. Oh, the whole alarm raised because the scientists alerted. Fascinating. I'm not happy about that. The game's tutorial was tedious and slow, and it failed to teach me anything useful. Cover works because you're standing behind an object and the bullets are blocked. Hey, cool, do you want to tell me what icon indicates that something is going to sound the alarm if I interact with it? Oh, there isn't an icon for that? Dog shit. You can do better. Okay, that's uninteractable now, I guess. Well, the alarm's already been sounded, so... You are so close, but it fails the landing. We'll see what happens. I think a Sparrow's a handgun, by the way, Cat, if you're curious. GM may decide if the party of a TTRPG is doing a heist, but the party decides if the Pink Panther theme, the Mission Possible theme, or the Benny Hill theme playing, usually by accident. True. Spend your awareness to guarantee the headshot and kill a man. Overwatch the area. Single target. Bro, I thought you were gonna do more damage than that. I see, I see. That used... Oh, do you have to move before you attack? Why? And why would the tutorial not have told me that? Ooh. She's not... Yeah, she's not off to a good start, dead man. I'll give you that. Yeah, that was my first thought, Kat, was that it was a handgun of some kind. Hey, man. Good work, Canasta. Yeah, the tutorial taught me dog shit, wasted a bunch of time, and then immediately stuck me into a combat where I literally did not have the tools for it yet. Hey, at least the laser grid's off. Oh, hello, friend?
Dibs on that one.
What the?
Why did she shoot through the tent because it's not actually cover? Yeah, that tent wall doesn't give you cover because like bullets go through tarp real easily. But you'd think there'd at least be like a enemies can't see you penalty. But if there's no accuracy system, then I guess seeing you doesn't matter. So that's just, that wall might as well not be there, which is also certainly an interesting option. Interesting. I see, I see. Okay. So I assume... In XCOM, when you bumble into an enemy, even if they don't have Overwatch, the game immediately focuses the camera on them so you know they're there. But there have been no fewer than 5 instances in 10 minutes that I have known an enemy was in range because I went to select the gun to put myself in Overwatch, and the gun targeted a nearby enemy because there was an enemy in range I didn't know about. Which can't be a good sign. Does the Overwatch for this weapon doesn't require an action, which means I can, if I want to, make it into here. I think I'm gonna go here, and then do an Overwatch. It didn't let me. That's not the Overwatch I wanted to do. Cool. I guess that's just the Overwatch I'm going to do now. Okay. Full auto on that soldier will do 18 damage, I guess because he's got full cover. No one in range. Regenerate this character's awareness. Stabilize agents in critical state. Pick up an unconscious agent. Silently take down targets. Reveal enemies in the area of effect. Oh, yeah. Once again, you are only overwatching the square immediately next to you, which is not the button combo I wanted to do. But it's the one I'm gonna have to live with now. You highlight Overwatch and then you pick the area. There. Thank you for the care package. Hey, is that not my Overwatch? So I can be fully behind cover. Oh, right, my Overwatch is literally melee range. Hey, man. That was an impressive amount of effort for 1 damage. I'll give you that. Good work. You did it. Why did he choose to do that exactly? Alright, so step 1. Again, that doesn't use... Why would you... It's a 1 action, but if you use it, it uses both actions if you still have them. That's... You just have to be able to communicate to the player better than that. Thank you for facing the wall next to me. Really appreciate it. You're a real MVP, buddy.
I read you.
Ugh. Reinforcements arriving. Ow! I mean, bold move. Maybe not tactically the right call to stand in front of me. They're gonna kill me. I'm so dead. I only have one attack per turn, so I literally don't have options against these guys. A full auto from this range, with you having no cover, won't kill. The burst will kill.
Why not?
Full autos just do less damage because there's no accuracy system. So you have to make the player hit less bullets. I am conflicted. I am conflicted. You can make it there. It would have been nice if they had told me any of those things, but they kind of didn't. I think they said that it suppresses? They didn't actually say what suppressing someone was.
What the?
It did the thing again. Waste of a turn. Oh boy. How much HP you have? All of it? Cool. Will not kill, but it doesn't cost a move. So, hypothetically, there's nothing, because I already know he used his action, so there's nothing to stop me from doing this? Yeah, okay.
What's cooking?
Do you have actions left? You kinda do. Eh, fuck it. Okay. And then you can't make it over there and still have an attack. You can make it to there and still have an attack, which is good enough for me. Full auto for 12. Overwatch will theoretically do 50. Yeah, just keep that man pinned in there, I guess. Dodged. A lot of men over there. Let's see.
You've got a lot of background noise. What's up? Well, we're looking for the reactor. No luck. Traces everywhere, though.
Overwatch. I guess in that direction. Durand, we're just gonna have you fall back to here, and then Canasta, we're gonna have you do the same. Just straight through solid cement and that hit. Okay. Why? Oh, I see. I...
Yeah.
Do a reload? And then... Did that enemy not end up in range? I guess not. Heartbeat sensor. Okay. Canasta. Are they... They were literally shooting you, buddy. How do you not have line of sight? So... They can be standing out in a field, because he was just standing right there, take shots at me from outside my Overwatch range while I'm in cover, and I can't respond without leaving cover. What? No. Back to the oven with this. This isn't cooked. This chicken is raw. It's fucking raw, mate. This isn't done. Rethink this. You didn't finish.
What's cooking?
I know where he is. He's just right there. But I can't even dead fire at a location I know he's at.
Standing by for orders.
He's right there, so he's just a square outside of her range.
I accept.
Well, I don't think he's doing any damage, so whatever, I guess.
Okay.
No, he is doing damage. Every one of those shots. Oh, how miserable. What a woefully unpleasant experience. Those have to explode, right? Why are they... They're still not visible to me. They're never gonna leave that barrel, because I literally, despite the fact that I know they're just standing behind those tires, I simply cannot see them. Okay. Okay. I guess Canasta just gets shot until Canasta doesn't get shot anymore. There's a dude on the other side of that reactor. Would shooting in here be a bad decision? I probably just killed myself walking into this room, now that I think about it. I don't have line of sight, and there's no way I can get him over there. I guess, Duran, come over and see if you can help. You're not doing any good at the fucking... back line anyway. That's not in my Overwatch zone? Really? I'm literally overwatching directly in that direction? He's just standing there! You've got to be kidding me. You have to be kidding me. There's no way. I know there's someone back there, but I also know if they're in Overwatch, they're gonna kill me if I walk back there. Oh, they're all scientists. Okay, I thought one of them had a gun. I was wondering why someone with a gun wasn't
We've got a reactor
gonna leave.
Looks like a fission device. Copy. We'll save some legwork if we jump over the wall from the roof here. Bolt?
I heard you. Activate the beacon now. I'll meet you at the LV.
Save some legwork if we jump over the wall from the roof here? How the fuck do I get up on the roof, girly pop? Ladder. Rounds until evac arrives 4? Yeah, let's go ahead and call it now, actually. You have a move left. Durand is going to be a little behind. Alright, Canasta, you're just going to bolt for it? I know you're not in cover here, but if I'm honest, I don't think they're going to be able to make it to you anyway. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think so. Hello, Mono. Welcome in. How are you? It is good to see you, Mono. I hope you're doing well.
Sure.
It hasn't managed to impress us so far.
Christmas.
Deadpan, come in.
We're alive, Leslie.
Oh, good. Well, I hit the static there. What happened?
The test. It didn't blow us to pieces.
Who tested? Missile material. But they have the technology.
Thank you for the care package deal. Carrier Liz. Do we have... I don't think we have eyes on anyone, so... A lot of XCOM clones don't know how to build themselves. So, there's an interesting system at work here that is, quite frankly, just not explaining itself, where characters have awareness. So when you take certain actions, you spend awareness, and then when you get shot at, awareness is supposed to give you a chance to dodge. Like, if you have enough awareness for the attack, you dodge the attack. And so shooting and setting up Overwatch costs awareness. So if you're not doing those things, you're able to dodge attacks, I guess. But otherwise, attacks just like always hit. So if you're in cover, if you're in literal full cover and an enemy has one more range than you and they're behind, say, this pile of tires, one square outside your range, you literally have to bolt out and into the open to shoot them, even if they're just standing up taking pot shots at you. And they will literally never miss. And they can prevent you from overwatching for your entire turn. I frankly, when I first was told, oh, weapons don't have accuracy, it's all based on, like, actual statistics, I got excited. XCOM RNG actually would be better than what we've seen so far, unfortunately. So... maybe when I learn more of the systems, it'll impress in the future. Because we are quite early as of yet. But that remains to be seen. In theory, they're all coming from over there.
What's cooking?
That's the sound of all the scientists bolting for cover. I can't make that in one turn, so I guess now is the time. So evac should arrive next turn.
Sure.
I don't know if you have interest in Marvel stuff, Mono, but if you do have any interest in Marvel things, you may consider checking out Midnight Suns, which is a game I've also been playing a lot of, and frankly, in comparison to this, I've actually been wildly impressed by Midnight Suns. Midnight Suns doesn't have RNG. It always tells you exactly how much damage an attack is going to do, but because of that, the level of technical expression comes from very precise turn making, decision making. So a lot of moves will have knockback. Enemies being knocked back into other enemies does damage to them. Enemies knocked onto ledges can fall to their death. There's environmental things that cost heroism. Heroism is generated by basic attacks, so you use your basic attacks to build up a resource to spend your bigger attacks or to spend on environmental attacks, which is all about positioning. A lot of environmental things you can only use the one time, so you try and, like, decide when it is the right time to do that. Tactically, I have been wildly impressed by Midnight Suns. Probably the best, like, XCOM-like that I've ever seen. It's a very unique... I almost hesitate to call it an XCOM-like because it is so... It plays very, very differently. It's in some ways a deck builder, because your characters use attacks based on, like, cards they have access to. Well, I certainly want to do a little bit more before I condemn them to the gates of hell. Dead man. I feel like there's, like, a chance that I might be able to do a better job now that I know a little bit more. Okay.
Acknowledge you.
Hello, Mara! Welcome in! This looks an awful lot like XCOM. Well, that's because XCOM is a genre of game, and this is the same genre. It is a genre I would love to see... You know, there was a Gears of War game that was done in this style. And I always wanted to try that out, and I haven't gotten around to it before. But supposedly people really liked the Gears of War XCOM one. But yeah, it's definitely... Like, turn-based strategy games are hard to impress me with. It's very hard to impress me with a game in this genre. It's incredibly hard to impress me with it. Which is why I think Midnight Suns is such an impressive feat, because I do just genuinely enjoy Midnight Suns so much, and that's impressive. Cool, I guess. Material status? Is that looks like it's spelled wrong. Is it spelled wrong? Maybe not. Maybe the font is just throwing me off. I think that is the correct spelling. That is the correct spelling. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. No, no. No, no. If you spell it with an EL, it specifically refers to military equipment, which is a different word than if it's spelled with an AL. I'm not making this up. I'm as mad about it as you are. Those are two different words. It's two different words. Yeah. Yeah, that word looks wrong because it's a different word. It means military equipment instead of just general equipment. Uh-huh. Deaf to the English language. As an English major, I'm always saying this. This is our favorite thing. Leslie, my mentor, asked me to investigate rumors of nuclear research in Pakistan. During our incursion, we witnessed a cold test of a fission device, which means the Pakistani are at most months away from gaining nuclear capability. Somebody had to sell them the technology. So, Kit, correct me if I'm wrong.
No.
I mean, so this is definitely alternate universe. Because it's a fission device. Do we have fission devices? Is that a thing we have? No, cold fission. We don't have cold fission. Are there nuclear weapons in the real world that rely on fission technology? I'm pretty sure no, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Fission, yes. Oh, you're right. Yeah, no, I'm going in the wrong direction. We only use fission, not fusion. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I'm going in the wrong direction. We only use fission, not fusion. Because fission is the release of energy from the atom. Fusion is the moving of multiple atoms together, which requires energy. Fusion requires energy input, fission is energy output. Yeah. That's what I said. I'm pretty sure that's what I said. Both release energy? No. We can't. That's what cold fusion is. That's why we don't have cold fusion. Because we can't trigger fusion with... We can't trigger fusion without inputting more energy than it releases, which is why we don't use it in reactors. Yeah. We don't have a system as efficient as the sun. We wouldn't need the sun if we could do that, but we don't have the technology to do that on scale. The size and scale of the sun is partly responsible for how it's pulling that off. It's because the input of fusion is so high. Yeah, they do both release energy. This is correct. That's why we want cold fusion. That's why that was a dream for a very long time. And I think... Yeah. Well, that's... But the act of it requires an input of energy. I guess technically the act of fission requires an input of energy. It's just a significant less energy. You can't just... Fission doesn't just happen. You have to trigger it. It's quite difficult to get to the point where we can cause fission to happen. That was like the whole thing with enriching uranium and the search for plutonium and the search for heavier and more unstable elements and being able to produce them en masse so that we could produce fuel for reactors, was finding things that we had the technology to be able to create in the first place. We had a whole thing about this in the VC like a couple of months ago. No, maybe that was that might have been in a different VC than the one with you. But it was when we were talking about how often did medieval people suffer from radiation sickness? And the answer is pretty much they didn't. They certainly got radiation, but the highest amount of radiation that a medieval person ever experienced was direct sunlight. Because there weren't any pure, highly refined radioactive resources on the planet. The amounts of uranium and plutonium and stuff like that that's just floating around isn't significant enough to have caused because the thing I was saying is imagine if you just had a uranium deposit upriver of a medieval village. Wouldn't they have gotten radiation sickness? And the answer is the uranium that would have been in that deposit would have been nowhere near pure enough or condensed enough or in large enough quantities to have any effect on them compared to literally just sunlight. In modern times, in order to make something that is as radioactive as a nuclear reactor, it's a lot of refining and collecting, and there's a lot of processes that go into that. Would have been easier if Mono hadn't eaten it all. true. If only there was just a ton of plutonium lying around. I think if there was a ton of pure plutonium lying around, I feel like the world would be probably not a good place. Hypothetically. I think it's maybe a good thing there's not a lot of that. I think maybe it's a good thing that it takes effort to find it. Honestly, Mara, do you want the 2.5-hour YouTube video about how we named all the elements? Because I have it. I've watched it. If you want it, I can give it to you. You know, there's only one element. There's only one element on the table, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm misremembering it. I think they said there's only one element on the table that was named for a scientist who was alive when it was named. And I forget which element it is. Sure as shit not Curium. Was it? I think it's... does that sound right? I think you might be right there, Kit. That does sound right. I think he was still alive when we named it. I think he's the one from the video that they mentioned. That sounds right. It's stuff like Einsteinium wasn't... Einstein was dead when we named Einsteinium and stuff like that. Okay.
Vendor's on the line.
Someone must have told him about our little trip. Put him through.
Agent Deadpan, I regret to inform you an inspection of your operations is imminent.
Why is that?
Hard to be sure, but my money is on the allegations of an unsanctioned operation in Pakistan.
I literally have no idea what you're talking about.
Leslie isn't your handler anymore. I am. Keep ignoring that, and you'll lose the squad. Fender out.
Do you think that hesitation where he repeated himself when he was keep ignoring that was supposed to be an indication of the character's gross incompetence and lack of confidence in running the team? Or do you think it was a dog shit reading of the line they just put through? Because I don't think they did a second reading of any dialogue line we have heard so far. Hello, Liera!
A test of your reflexes!
Ow. Ow. Oi, Kiki. Hello, Liera. There's a bike stuck on my shell. Meep moop. California, this is a little known fact about the state of California. California was actually named for the scientist from 65 million years ago who helped raise it off the seafloor and attach it to what was, at the time, Pangea. Because the species that scientists belong to is long extinct, and humans have never dug up any archaeological evidence of them since they lived on the seafloor, human history does not have their name recorded, but that is what California was named for. The old continent of Sangria. Sir Frederick California, yeah. The iconic man from the bottom of the ocean. Ass rejecting you to beat you with a cardboard tube? Okay, fair enough. Story of California's name is actually very interesting. I don't know anything about the history of California. Nothing, actually. I know, my home state of New Mexico, I know a ton about my state of New Mexico. We have a very interesting history, actually. We are quite a unique state. But that's all I know. I've been hospitalized badly. Cool, we are just knocking... Agents for hire, agent stat details, sort agent list. Cool, that's just a wall of information. You have a new perk. Movement bonus when carrying unconscious characters. Reduce the distance at which enemy agents can detect this agent's disguise. Protects from loss of damage threshold caused by corrosive substances. Brother speaks the king's bloody English. Was named after a fictional island from a book. Fascinating. I love that, though. Can you imagine if could you imagine if there was just a country in Europe called Rohan? Like one of those Slavic nations that are always kind of splitting and reforming. One of them split off and they just said, we're called Rohan now. The people here really like Lord of the Rings. It's Rohan. California is actually named after your grandmother. Oh, yeah, of course. California Moo. I love her. Y'all ever gargle pizza? No, never. I'm normal. I'm not normal. I'm lying to you. Exactly. Have liquids. Thank you for liquids. I may no longer be squid right now, but I am still a sea creature, so... Singapore is supposedly named after a lion. Isn't it fucked up how we name things? Isn't it fucked up how every word in our language is made up? Thus spoke Kishibe Rohan. You know what haunts me? I'm going to tell you something that haunts me, chat. The Japanese word for a giraffe is Kirin. It's funny you say haunts, cat, because the Japanese word for giraffe is Kirin. And if you look at a picture of a Kirin, the mythical Kirin, it's a unicorn. It's a fucking horse with a horn on it. That's what a Kirin is. So I want you to picture a unicorn in your head, and then understand that the first time a Japanese person saw a giraffe, they said, that shit's a unicorn. And they named it Unicorn. That's fucked up. That's fucked up information. I hate it. Of all the things I learned when learning Japanese, that's the most fucked up one. Someone looked at a giraffe and said, yeah, that's a horse with horns. Damn it. The part that pisses me off is how not wrong it is. A giraffe kind of is just a horse with horns and a long neck. That's really all it is. Like, anatomically, it's just a tall horse. But I hate it. I hate it so much. I don't even know what that means. Canasta, you're a paramedic now. Secret perk. Either a hidden talent or the effect of conspiracy brainwashing. Cool. I love that I don't get to know. Solves secret files faster. No, hang on. That's really interesting. Why didn't I hear burrito? Why didn't I hear burrito? That doesn't make sense. I've thought about it. I might. Lear, I haven't decided yet. I know y'all are hearing it because I see the audio on my thing. I'm not hearing it. Which means something somewhere has broken. Tall Horse is also the name for a wine brand. I couldn't hear the other ones either. I noticed it, therefore it's broken. Monitoring device. Yeah. Someone do exclamation mark burrito a couple of times. Yeah, unfortunately, you're gonna have to like take turns doing it. I'm sorry. Burrito should be going entirely through StreamerBot. StreamerBot's playing desktop audio, which is being captured by that right there. Wait, y'all are... Actually, how are y'all hearing Burrito? That doesn't have an audio channel. What the fuck? Hang on. So it is OBS. OBS is not... It's OBS. OBS isn't playing my... whatevers. That's what's happening. Can I have this? Okay, YouTube monitor off, monitor off, monitor off. Monitor and output on Throne, on Z Clip Player, on Z Pop-Up Alerts. Do you have monitor? You have monitor. Okay. So that fixed Burrito. Do I just need to do that with every single channel? Monitor off, monitor on, monitor off, monitor on, monitor off, monitor on. Yeah, I'm hearing it now. Well, I can't test the other ones. I can't test you. Chat out here collectively hallucinating Burrito Supreme. Hello everyone and welcome back to my stream of the Mandela Effect. The burrito has never been real. I don't know what y'all are seeing and hearing. There is no burrito redeem. You all collectively hallucinated that. No, it should be fixed now. I don't know why it was broken, but it should be fixed now. My man, you have 2 secret perks and I don't like that. Agent is busy. Supreme! Burrito mass hysteria. I love that. Liz Gaslight. You know what they say, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Gotta be honest, dog. The Sparrow? Sucks. Yo, 69 circulatory. Hell yeah, Terry Thompson. We can put a bulletproof vest on you. You have a frag. The first aid kit. The French Dow. Cheaper headshots and weapon modding. The single attack goes down, but it gains a full auto. Which would be nice for you because it doesn't have the action cost, I think. Shot does not end turn on the French Dow, which I guess is nice. Overwatch Breach. Okay. Character background Seal. Background CIA. Improve awareness regeneration. Upon healing other characters, you also restore some HP. Faster crafting. Bonus experience for recon. Loyal and impervious to enemy influence. I have armor. I also have a first aid kit and a smoke grenade. They didn't teach us any of the... It's actually insane. I'll tell you what. You want, like, a definite, guaranteed, 100% problem that I have with this game so far? Why do I speak... Why the fuck do I speak Cantonese? Does this woman look like she speaks Cantonese? Is that randomly generated? Why Cantonese? I'm CIA. Anyway. Tutorials. Bad. This game gave me virtually no information for 90% of the mechanics of this game. Just dog shit tutorials. Yeah, you shouldn't even have a tutorial if it's going to give me that little information. It was just a waste of time, because you didn't teach me anything. It's Cantonese, not Cantonese, so you can. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe I've been in Hong Kong teledramas, and that's why I speak it. Anyway, if it was Squid Easy and Lizard, which sounds like lizard, and you turn into a lizard. Mono, I want you to know something, my dear friend. No one's mispronounced Squid Easy before, and obviously Elizabeth is too new, right? So no one's mispronounced it. So that meme that's going around on, thank you for the care package, Adam. On Blue Sky, where it's like, hey chat, and then the person says like, bionic liver, not my name. I want to do that, but no one has gotten my name wrong, so I have to make one up. And I think the one I'm going to do is probably Lizard. I think I'm probably just going to be like, hello chat, Lizard, not my name. Can't wait to make my game about complex genetic manipulation. The tutorial consists of showing you how to walk using Wasada and nothing else. Want to do that bit too, but I can't think of any good ones. Yeah, we do have to get I have to come up with the right name for the bit, and it's probably going to be Lizard. Like to throw in the occasional white expat who clearly does not speak English as their first language and is the foreigner. Yeah. Will be the ek sound that cats make. Freediver protects from harmful effects of gas clouds except loss of vision. Cold-blooded decreases cooldown of the focus ability. Honestly, yeah. Let's just gain immunity to gas clouds. Glizzy? Oh my god. Actually, that's really funny. Glizzy is really funny. The real names for the rest of our agents? Sure. Just to entertain Cat. Here's Elizabeth Naughty. Terry Thompson, aka Durand. Pierre Henry, aka Hellion. My man, how long have you been in this organization? You remember when Washington crossed the Delaware, buddy. Bahar Mangi, Samurai. Is this racist? This feels racist. She speaks Urdu. She's not Japanese. Her name is Bahar Mangi. Frank Edwards, Xerxes. What a good nickname, though. Judith Allen, Canasta. Cheryl Lewis, Magellan. The infirmary includes me and Durand, who are hospitalized. You can assign injured agents restored health over time. The longer they are hospitalized, the faster the process goes. Magellan is a good one. As far as nicknames go, I like Magellan. Canasta's fun. Xerxes is great. Samurai, I don't know about that one, Chief. Hellion is alright. Durand is... that's not... Is that a... It doesn't... It sounds like just a name. That's my Uncle Durand. It doesn't sound like a... I mean, I know Magellan, Canasta, Xerxes, those are names. But, like, it doesn't have the same ring as, like, an agent name, you know what I mean? Yeah, Durand. Sometimes I be funny. You be funny all the time, Liara. Fucking Poison Devil Fruit user looking ass. Truly. Deadpan is not a good one. And that being the required default for the main agent, yeah, so far I remain unimpressed. Xerxes. Yo, chat. Does it actually cost more money to produce lockpicks than a flashbang grenade? I feel like one of these should be more expensive than the other. You make some lockpicks for me, buddy. Unlocks the Forger facility, cast forging, character customization, and identity. Tactical recon job, allowing to gain tactical advantage during missions. Increases the agent limit. Additional investigation board job slot. One more infirmary slot. Maximum danger increased, effectively reducing the risk of raids and related losses. More hideout candidates discovered on the world map. Hermes, Hellhound, Fafnir, and Robert. Honestly, that kind of goes hard. That feels like a DN... Does that feel like a D&D table where, like, you didn't do a session 0, everyone made their characters separately, and then brought them to the table? Durandal would have been fine, but they just stop at Durand for no reason. Based on Magellan, they have the letters to do Durandal, but they don't go all the way. Upgrade that. Analytics. Do you want to go through a quick... Thank you for having at least one other tutorial in this fucking game. Notice the classified person. Your goal is to draw a line between the two related files. My goal is to what? You moved it. Now make the two remaining connections. Additional intel is obtained from informers, interrogation, and during tactical missions, among others. In this tutorial, you'll get it for free. To CoverGirl. Before you throw another fit, yes, I have read your report on the incident at the Atlanta Convention. But even if your intel about Big Daddy crossing state border 2 days prior and losing his tail for a whole 40 hours is true, it's all circumstantial evidence. I still call Aguirre's office in case they wanted to press charges, and they told me explicitly to drop it. Much as I agree there's something fishy about all this, my hands are tied. Unless you are authorized to view it, please return to the nearest U.S. consulate. Figure out the keywords from the context of the sentences. Look for code names for agents, places, and organizations. CoverGirl and Big Daddy. Big Daddy, Bioshock reference. Ex-CIA and ex-FBI agents with contacts from the KGB. He's a janitor. Imagine needing to assign an agent to janitor as a job. I'm all about that. There's CoverGirl. And Aguirre. Tutorial complete. Hello, Tsar. Complex briefings. Is complex a word I don't know about, or are they doing like a Mortal Kombat thing here? This feels like a Mortal Kombat thing. What fails to understand is that this is a massive gain. Not just more agents deployed around Florida, not just sidearms and bulletproof vests to stop the guns the Sicarios are buying from us too. It's Coast Guard ships, radar technology, detectors on airports, computers, tape archives, and so on. Yeah, but aren't the cartels too atomized to organize production on the scale? Don't worry, we've got our guy. He's very ambitious. In fact, I'm pretty sure that soon, Jive Cop will be begging for a moment of respite from Pablo. Oh, that's the only one, okay. Robert, good at cleaning up evidence and taking out the trash. It's not a euphemism. Jesus. Televangelists and PCP. Jive Cop. This material is classified unless you are authorized to view it by Captain Savorin. Really worked for Merrymen. Remote observation, Father Goriot. Sophomore and Sparkplug attended the meeting, but much of it was lost in code. Salesman trailed the agents, but lost them during rush hour. Sophomore and Sparkplug are nicknames, duh. Repeater tells me that Blank has been screaming at night again, particularly between 1 and 2. Every one of our agents has been on full duty since. I'm worried that it's only a matter of time until he snap during an op and kill someone from PCP or worse. Let's see. Televangelists, PCP. Things we know to be connected. Klaus Barbie. Yuri Andropov. Gallons of PCP. Merry Men. The captain here. We have Sophomore here. Salesman, Sparkplug. Merry Men. You're both Platinum Club. Sylvia. Blackbriar. Is there a pink, white, and blue flag somewhere? Mainsail. There's Latent Utopia. I knew it was in here somewhere. Okay. Secret documents or secrets are shorthand for valuable information. Investigation board intel, crafting blueprints, and many more. Secret documents are usually obtained through informers by finding them on missions and by solving files on the investigation board. Especially the latter option awards you some of the best secrets out there. Complex briefings has been analyzed. Agent report, Hellions fire movement tactics talent revealed. New agent candidate Cannon. Why does he look like the stupid Chad meme? Look at this Chad meme, dude. New agent candidate, Lone Star. Mukhtar Tarzi. He speaks Pashto and Dari. He does not speak English. It's him. It's Chad. He's a freelancer with an unknown perk. I don't know about that, buddy. I've lost access to the... I can't go back to the previous page. Got that positive canthal tilt. Yeah. The absolutely massive chin line for no reason. I respect it. No files to analyze. Those are just working. We have no danger. Here's our hideout or whatever. Drop a new save. The hunter gaze, the predator jawline, for real. Managing your espionage network is all about deciding who goes where and when. Enemy agents are conducting operations with more or less dire consequences. Your job is to find them, assess the danger, decide whether to stop them or conserve your resources. Every job and every assignment takes time to complete. While you're in a hideout, time is paused. You can only activate it from the world map screen. When time flows, your assignments and jobs progress, but so does enemy activity. So far, Tsar, it's a disaster. We have not been particularly impressed. High value alpha male. Yeah. Okay. Casablanca. Okay. 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 So I guess we advance time until, yeah. Over time, suspicious activity signals appear around the world. They may be enemy operations, friendly informers, additional hideout candidates, or just false positives. Baghdad, job setup. Scout target area to reveal enemy activity, inform potential hideout locations. Hellion, Magellan, and Samurai. Oh, is that not a level? Well. Maybe I didn't want to send all 4 of us out there.
It might be bad timing, but you have a package from Leslie in operations.
Cool. Tech research. Additional investigation board job slot. 1 more infirmary slot. Hideout perimeter detectors. Improved real estate contacts. Let's get the forger facility built. Crew quarters. That was some first-rate espionage work. I'm talking about mine, of course. Since my intel proved so accurate, I must assume the rest of it is worth checking out as well. I need another favor. Find the man called Aguirre. He's neck-deep in this. Also, he's an asshole. Dossier attached. Wake the fuck up, Samurai. We got a squid to cook. Classified documents revealed. Information obtained upon the completion of our objectives. Oh dear. Muscat, Kuwait, Port Said, Algiers. Scout area, scout area, scout area, scout area. Magellan, you head there. Hellion, you head there. The item is crafted. Hospitalized. Yeah, make a couple more of those. Aguirre's dossier. Name Jerry Melendez, known alias as Aguirre, born 12/16/1959, Arecibo, Puerto Rico. Summary profile: impulsive, vengeful. Known history: 1973 April, arrested by Puerto Rican police on charges of petty theft, dismissed with a warning. Within the same year, arrested twice more, but every time walks out without serving any time due to his young age. 1976, sentenced to 25 years in local prison for the murder of 7 people, including 2 of his own gang members. Escapes within 6 months from detention. 1977, appears for the first time in DEA records as a local enforcer for blank in Miami. DEA runs surveillance under Chilean rep's file and confirms he's making money on the side as talent hunter for several brothels. Evidence for multiple sexual assaults and kidnappings throughout the year. Never prosecuted due to formal reasons. 1978, disappears from DEA's radar. Possible sightings in Cuba. We suspect he underwent training by the Cuban intelligence. 1980, spotted again in Miami. 1982, September, arrested by DEA during Operation Tiburon. Released upon intervention from undisclosed government agency. 1982, December, officially enrolled as volunteer with Good Samaritans of America. Sightings in various Middle Eastern nations. Suspected continued smuggle operations. Chilean reps. Let's see. No more intel. Sent us this dossier on Aguirre, one of the ringleaders of the group smuggling nuclear technology into Pakistan and possibly other states in the Middle East. I see. This location presents no enemy or allied activity. You can still send agents to use this area as staging ground for other operations. Alright, Hellion, head out that way, and then Magellan, head out that way. We track down Aguirre. Officially, he coordinates maritime transports for a charity called the Good Samaritans of America. Unofficially, that's what we need to find out. We just need to wait until he makes a suspicious move and follow him to the destination. Unlocks the Forger facility. Back to the facility. Optimized printing press. Agents forge more cash. Yeah, why not? The Forger. I don't have anyone free right now. We might need to hire someone new. Cannon? Yeah, we'll hire the bootleg Chad. Why not? Higher danger plus 50. I see. Danger measures how close the enemy is to finding your hideout. Keep the growth of danger in check as the only way to lower it is the costly process of moving your base to a new location. Oh, fascinating. Thank you, Czar. Oh, thank you again, Czar. No. Dihydrate is an entire Baja Blast. That's fair. I do need to... if I'm reading all of this, I'm probably going to need a lot of drinks, actually. Okay, we're not going to hire Lone Star 2 because... that actually is kind of dangerous. Forger. Cannon is available. He can just print us some money. He's printing $20 an hour. Bro. You're not printing $20 an hour. That's just a starting level office job. You're just interning. That's not cash forgery. You're just an intern. You're getting paid a wage. You can't expect me to take you seriously when the cash forging job gives $20 an hour. You can't expect that of me. Unless otherwise specified, enemy activity that is significant to the storyline has no time limit and can be acted upon at your discretion. Then you can explore the story of the game at your own pace. It's a work from home gig, okay? No one likes working in an office. Printing money is, printing money is work from home. That does make sense, actually. That checks out. We tried to acquire this local HQ of Good Samaritans of America. Not enough available agents. That's okay. You're still doing recon. You're still headed out. Ah, that's what you two were doing. I thought I recognized it. It's been a while. Me and my money printers in my backyard calling my minting plants. Yeah, I'm growing a lot of mint in my basement right now, and someone's like, "How are you growing mint in your basement?" You just smile knowingly at them. Xerxes, I'm gonna put you. Oh, thank you for the care package. I'm gonna put you on this. We need to do like at least one more mission, right? Plus danger. Oh, because we did the thing. Send agents. Samurai was exposed, so that's not cool. So let's have you travel back to base then. She was exposed and sparked danger. Okay. So I'll have you make a flashbang grenade. ID exposed. So for $500, I can get her a new identity and remove the heat from her. Can you... Oh, RS. Codename Eldritch? Nightjar. Let's go with Nightjar. Nightjar. Change an agent's identity. Agenity? Definitivity. An anemone. I can't change my own name. I have to stay deadpan. Oh, I can become British, though. I'm British now. Did I have a stroke? I don't think so. Defend femininity? No, yeah, that's just the way that word is pronounced. Real name Margaret Price. Okay. Well, I guess we're not keeping our real name for very long, are we? Go off, Marge. Margaret Price is a good name. Your nautical themes. I gotta ask you if you played Phoenix Point. I have not played Phoenix Point. I have not actually heard of it. And indeed, I do love me a nautical game. I am a huge fan of any game that is even remotely ocean themed, so you should always recommend them to me. So why in the hell does Makarov know you? It's Price, so it's got to be a Call of Duty reference, right? I don't know any of the newer ones, but I know Price. Squire ordered a 4x4 ready by sundown. If he does anything suspicious, he will do it now. Agents forge more cash. Allowing to gain tactical advantage during missions. Increase agent limit. Additional investigation board job slot. More infirmary slot. Maximum danger increased. More hideout candidates. Let's do that one. It's about fighting giant alien crabs. I'm fully interested, Mono. You have my complete attention. Bro, we're printing 40 an hour now. We're really cooking. Got that promotion. Do I have anyone free? I don't. Ping, 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 ping. Gonna save our money for now. The item was crafted and added to the inventory. Let's do a continue on that, and then let's pick Odessa. Oh, Durand and Canasta are out of the hospital, so that's good. And Baghdad. Soap trusted you, yeah. I know Soap, too. The real MVP or whatever. McGuire drove for several hours and crossed the border into Syria unhindered. The border patrol must have been paid off. Our agent finally tracked him to a ruined public library in a Syrian ghost town, where McGuire set up camp. Alright, the BW military, not to be confused with the BBW military. That's the one I'm part of. Kingfish, day 3. Kingfish has removed all food sources from the apartment and adjacent, in blank, adjacent to Colonel Warden's target. Colonel Warden target's apartment, Kingfish. Vlad the Impaler administered delayed action oral trigger. Subject was then informed they can leave the apartment when the target is eliminated. Subject clearly circumvented restrictions on exits by cutting through the wall into the neighboring apartment. Target was eliminated in a sleep. Subject deactivated and reclaimed by Vlad the Impaler. It's a shame, because if this was a more important part of the game, that would be neat. But they just added more steps to the XCOM board. Like, it's kind of part of the problem here is that this is just capturing aliens and interrogating them, is what this is. It's that system that's just been stylized. And the problem is, while that's an important part of the progression of XCOM, the reason that you don't have to do anything physical for it is that it's not interesting. It's just upkeep. The interesting part is compromising your functions during a mission in order to obtain those informations, which I guess makes sense. Because I compromised my position in the last mission by scanning a document. But, like, trying to keep an alien alive so you can capture it is just way more interesting than scanning a document. So it's a problem of, like, they're copying a pre-existing system and trying to stylize it, and they've stylized it in a way that makes it more tedious and less interesting from a combat perspective. Which is unfortunate, because I do think that they made the right call by building this system. It's just that, unfortunately, because they're just building off of XCOM's systems, it doesn't work as well, you know? Oh, and thank you for the congratulations. Sorry, I appreciate it. I think aesthetically they're doing a lot right here, but they're missing the point mechanically. And I have more thoughts about that in a second. Let me get this done. Alex is still mopping up the mess, but I think I know what went down in Blank. I don't think they had any idea she was Rule 72. Nor that the mark was with Ion Storm, for that matter. Too bad. The dealer had a tail of her own. That's how Antioquia Cartel got involved. The BW military, the Chilean reps, Vlad the Impaler. Lovely Rita suffers from severe kidney deficiency and undergoes dialysis weekly. Last October, a couple of secret operatives from Bad Company almost identified, but my security detail managed to dispatch them before any harm had been done. Okay, BW military is that. You have those connected. No? No, you're just not gonna connect those? You... Yeah? Okay. Yeah, that just doesn't connect to the other things now? For some reason this one is just bugged? Is it bugged? I can't draw pins to this anymore. That's so strange. Oh. Wild. Okay. Kingfish. Strikebreaker. Yeah, no, you figured it out about the same time I did, I think, Kat. We both were like, you know, it is weird that there's 2 pins. We probably need more to continue this one, so we'll back out of that. So, some of the other things I have, I mean, I already made fun of the fact that I have a cash printer, I guess is how I get money, which, like, printing a bunch of fake cash, I get it. It seems like an interesting thing here, because we're probably, like, a separated cell. So the government whatever government we belong to, which we're CIA, I guess, I think. I'm not really sure. They did a really, really bad job of introducing the plot. But they don't want to send us money because then, you know, it's easy to connect us back to them. So we probably have to do all of this printing in here. But it's just like, it's so funny for that to be like one of the core bits here is, yes, we print our own money in our secret little basement in the middle of Beirut because we can't be connected back to any government. It's a little funny. It's a little funny as a bit. I'm not sure how I feel about it. There's also like I'm printing $40 an hour. Yeah, that's not how printing money works. You should be printing more than that, my man. You should be printing a lot more than that. Way more than that. Are you drawing the bills by hand? Are you, like, hand painting these bills? What are you doing? But that kind of brings me to the other one. One of the things about XCOM that some people walking into it don't realize is when you walk into XCOM, it might be an in-game month or even 2 before the first event happens in-game. Alien invasions are slow. When people are injured, they spend weeks in a hospital. It takes days for a plane to cross the planet. So XCOM combats take a while. The amount of days that pass between anything happening in XCOM, it's a lot of days. We've already done... I've had people who within... I mean, we're still in day 1, and there's someone who's been on 6 plane rides today. He has traveled. There's a man who's gone from Kuwait City to Casablanca and back again in a, 12-hour period. There is absolutely no feasible way in the real world that he could have done anything useful in those cities while he was there. He never left the airport. So, one of the things I'm already noticing that's going to be an issue out here is that all of these numbers are made up. 10,383 bills? Generic bills. So I guess we just decided that exchange rates were too hard and we didn't want to deal with them, right? Hello, Jan. Welcome in. Baseball Glove DZX comment nuts. If it's not XCOM, it's XComment. Welcome in, Emily. Hello, it is good to see you. So a lot of the numbers in terms of how long tasks take, making a single flashbang takes the same amount of time as making a single lockpick, but the lockpick is more expensive than the flashbang. What? Bro. What? Bro. No. That just does not make sense. I don't even think it's a game balance thing. Because the cost differences here is a flashbang is 500, a lockpick is 640, which is a weirdly specific number. Just make them both 500. Plus 140 is 2 hours of printing money. We have a money printer, and we're spending $640 crafting our own lockpicks? What are we doing? We just have no idea what we're doing. The numbers are balanced completely in absence of the engine. There were no thoughts put in to balancing the way that the numbers moved in terms of making them make sense. It was just about making the game flow a certain way, which is already frustrating in a game that seems so caught up in its aesthetic in every other way. So for the investigation boards to just kind of be ass, that's already going to be frustrating if everything else is just aping the aesthetic and not actually doing any of the legwork. Also, so far, I don't actually know how missions happen. Aleppo will reveal a secret in 23 hours. Wait for enemy agents to go on missions revealing enemy activity. We should investigate. Durand is on site there. We're doing recon there. So Odessa is good. So Nightjar is fine to move. So we can move Nightjar. This doesn't show me... This person in Baghdad is doing enemy recon. When I go here and I do this, who's in Baghdad? Canasta. Look at this chart. Does this chart tell you that Hellion is standing around doing nothing and that Canasta is actually currently assigned to a job? Why does my send agents thing, the thing where I reassign them, not tell me when they're working a job? Why would you not tell me that Canasta's busy in Baghdad? Why would you not tell me Nightjar has nothing to do? That's unbelievably important information that's just missing from this page. No. You have to do better than that. That's just that's information you should not be missing. You triggered a secret. You triggered nothing. I guess you can hang out over there. Unless... Who are you? Bopal? Okay, Bopal. I need you to go over here, Bopal. Because apparently there's nothing... XCOM without words. It's certainly trying to do something. Bonus danger. Another one. So every time I do one of those scans, I get danger. My agent loses their identity. I spend $500 to refresh it, and I get nothing for scanning. Presumably there's a chance that I can scan something. Presumably that means I'm failing those scans. But that just sucks. If you send out a plane to fly over a busy area in XCOM and you don't see anything, you lose a little bit of fuel. But the danger thing, that's a rough penalty. Also, the fuel amount in XCOM is completely insignificant. $500 seems like actually kind of a significant amount of money. And that agent is temporarily unavailable, which I guess a plane is unavailable while refueling, but that's what they're doing. That's what they're doing with it. That's why this sucks, because they're just trying to copy XCOM again. But it doesn't make sense in this system for that to work that way. There are places where they're choosing to copy XCOM where it doesn't make sense for them to copy XCOM. I'm so confused. Also, this one, not even a hot take, chat. Hang on, real quick. Real quick, chat. I'm gonna pop one of those bad boys, because y'all have kept me hydrated and I do need to pee. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna run an ad break, actually. I'm just gonna let it go. Go over here to my Twitch so I can see y'all while I'm peeing. Right now where we are in the game, this main menu, this hub, where I'm doing all these actions, where I'm sending out all these agents, where I'm managing things, a hub where so far 3/4 of our gameplay has taken place, right? Because at the end of the day, the strategy elements of XCOM, the action parts, are actually not a lot of the total gameplay. A lot of the total gameplay is the grand strategy, the management stuff. And this game is still doing that. On what planet do you create a hub zone, a main menu, where the player will spend the vast majority of their time and not put background sound or music in that section? Why aren't there, like, typewriter sounds or radio static or agents chattering? This feels wildly unfinished. Yeah, it took me a second, Kat. Literally we've been in this area for like an hour and I didn't even notice, but it's only just now that I'm realizing, wait, why is there nothing happening in this section? this is going to be most of the gameplay. You have to have music here. We don't understand what simulation is, mostly. Stimulation, sorry. I was going to say simulation. That's exactly the thing, right? Is like, because I could see the argument of like, oh, you shouldn't have like a bunch of grandiose music playing in a spy base or whatever. But that's exactly why I think they should have like, don't do like a big orchestral theme song. Do a small radio playing music that is like, have different songs that play faintly over a staticky, low quality radio, and have each song be like, every city in the game that you can put your hideout in has its own song that's just like, you know, local folk music from that area. That takes just a tiny bit of effort, and it would transform this entire game experience for me. Instantaneously. I think that's... Yeah, exactly. It doesn't even have to be... And like this. Radio static? Characters chatting to each other? A typewriter sound? The hum of a ceiling fan? Anything! Also, they're doing some kind of weird forced perspective thing. I don't know that it's working for me. Where, like, those are individual rooms down there, right? Like, these are individual rooms in my base, but then I'm in, like, a big cathedral with chandeliers that are not even remotely to the correct scale. This screen reads like ass. I actually don't know what I'm supposed to be visually looking at here. Those look like opera seats over in the bot on like the far left edge of the screen there in the dark. Those are like box seats at like an opera. But they're just kind of pointed in an direction. There's no stage. I don't know what they're doing here. Visually, this is just mess. I think they're trying to copy the XCOM thing where you have all of the different rooms built in different squares that are stacked on top of each other where you can choose which room is what. But that's not a system in this game. The rooms are already built there. I don't get to customize the base, at least not yet. So this is just bad. This just doesn't read well. It's because you know how it is, Sar. Sometimes I just gotta ramble about something, and so it's nice to have something that people can turn on to just let when people come into chat and they don't know what's going on, they see me with rant up, they're just like, oh, she's on her shit again. Thank you for the hydrate. Information comes from our informer in Aleppo. Trade contact, cleaner. Did it do anything? I need 4 agents there to do the thing. Am I still in the goddamn infirmary? With none of the effort, I'm just gonna go play XCOM. That's kind of what I'm thinking at this point. Is like, you gotta put in half the effort. It just makes me miss XCOM. That's all it is. All this does is make me miss XCOM, which is unfortunate because I think there's a lot of promise in making an XCOM game that's like this, but I don't see it here. I don't see any of that promise being realized. Okay, Xerxes has a lockpick. And we'll give Cannon a lockpick. We'll give Nightjar a first aid. And Magellan has a flashbang. And Hellion has a frag. And I think Cannon needs weapons. We'll give you the AK and a Dow. Cool. Unrealized potential of the game. Yeah, and it's certainly not unique, right? Like, I mean, we've played many games on this channel that we were just like, man, you could have been good. We say that a lot here. So if I need a new overlay, and I think, you know what, half the charm of my stream is scuffed as fuck. For some people, that's the charm. Realistically, I don't have much going on. It looks clean as hell because my artists put in a lot of goddamn work. Kid made the squid rant thing. Prim drew the balcony. Kit made the carpet, but I could easily have just used a default carpet. I didn't need, like, this is a custom carpet with like a fez and a squid and stuff on it and a teacup, but we didn't need that. Kit was extra because she's like that. I could have easily gotten away with a normal carpet. You don't even see it for most of the time. And then just a very simple outline for the game. There's not a lot going on here. Oni drew Cool Struttin', but we were actually just going to use the original one. Cat does nothing. That's not true, Cat. Do you want to know what Cat contributed to the stream? Yahaha. Also, I'm funny.jpg, which I'm not using as an asset, but... Welcome to hell, Mara. You've had some zingers, Deadman. I know for a fact Deadman's had some zingers. Good Shadow Hearts. We like to Shadow Hearts. Vampire. Vampire is unrealized potential. Hero Must Die Again is definitely unrealized potential. The Good Life is just a raw zinger. Good Life is pure zinger. Impossible Creatures. I didn't dislike Impossible Creatures. It's just that I think that it is... I feel like Impossible Creatures was more math than what my brain is good at in an RTS. I'm bad at RTSs. I like StarCraft. I'm not good at StarCraft. I like Age of Mythology. I'm not good at Age of Mythology. Impossible Creatures was another one of those. It's the reason we haven't streamed StarCraft. It's the reason we haven't streamed Age of Mythology. I don't know that I can stream them. I'm stupid. Those are not games that click well with my brain, even though I enjoy them. I thought Impossible Creatures was brilliant, but it was just going to be too much of me being bad at the game for it to make for a stream for the Squid Easy. But I liked it. Yes, that's the one where you say God's... Cat did indeed say God can't save a creature he didn't create when we were playing that game. As a bit, you chose Lufia 2, which we quite enjoyed, despite the fact that it was a bit. And then here we are with Phantom Doctrine, which, yeah, it's lost potential, the game. There's a lot of good stuff at work here. But none of it's being realized. And yeah, Tsar, I mean, a lot of the stuff we have here is, I do actually do a lot of commissioned stuff for a lot of the assets that we have. But also, a lot of my assets, a lot of my sounds, a lot of my features, I just built them myself. You can do so much with a handful of free use assets and some work in StreamerBot. I strongly recommend checking out StreamerBot and coming up with uses for it, because it gives you a lot of tools. I've had some really good considers. Ignore that I only had one and it's a negative 1 out of 10. What was your consider, Mara? Oh, that's right, DMC. That makes sense. Yeah, no. DMC 5, to be fair, we're still playing it. We're going to play it through to the end. It's got that going for it. Also, it being a negative 1 out of 10 is really funny, and I feel like most Devil May Cry fans, if I told them, oh yeah, I played DMC 5, it's a negative 1 out of 10, they'd laugh and go, haha, yeah. Like, it's a good bit. It's a really good bit. Specifically that game, it just makes sense. I want me to get out of the hospital so that I can send me to do this mission. I'm not going to be able to do that in time. Kabul is fine. Port Said could be emptied. So, Hellion, you're going to travel there. Let's get her to do bedtime things. Fair enough, Cat. One that is vaporware, which I am tempted to suggest, but because it's vaporware, it is a bit weird. I mean, we've certainly enjoyed weird games on here. Remember, for those of you who weren't here for the whole stream, we recently did a playthrough of Peripetea. We played 9 hours of that game, and I think we did 1 level. We technically spent an hour and a half doing level 2. The remainder of that time was just the first level. I flat out hated that game for the first 3 straight hours before it clicked with me. And then it suddenly clicked, and I was in love with it the entire time. I was like, oh my god, I get it. Also, what was the, Naissance? And I remember there was one, I mean, half the games Riza has done. Metal Wolf Chaos was something. Milk was a game. Disillusion was a game. We loved those. They're baffling, but we loved them. Could have published DMC5 with just the hat dance, and I'd give it a 9 out of 10. Honestly, same. There are moments in that game that justify its entire existence single-handedly. There are just snippets of that game that single-handedly justify its existence. And the problem is, when you take the time to experience those, you go, I mean, the hat dance single-handedly justifies the entire existence of this game. And you're right. But you have to turn around and then deal with the parts of the game that are being justified. And it's a lot. Mouse and keyboard games are fine. There are some technical ones. I'm going to be honest with you, like, if someone did something like play, what's that game called? Insurgency on mouse and keyboard, I would just have to say no. I just cannot play a shooter on mouse and keyboard for hours on end. I can do it for a couple of hours, and then I have to take a break, because I just do not have the strength to do it anymore. I just have wrist damage from gaming too much, I guess. Yeah, that sounds like Capcom. You would be amazed at how many games I have forced to work on a controller since losing access to my wrists. Information comes from our informer in Kabul. Nightjar's urban ops talent revealed. Okay, so I guess we gotta go over here and we gotta find you and see what your new talent was that got revealed. And for some reason it took me over here. What are we looking at here? This? How do I... Oh, this is infuriating. Fair enough, dead man. Urban Ops. Urban operations training costs less time and money. Okay. Did we get... Oh, is that all it did was reveal her talent? Yeah, I've absolutely played Outer Wilds. I've never streamed it. I kind of want to. I know I've already played it, but if I don't stream it, Kat will never see that game. So I might stream it if just to make sure that Kat can experience it at least vicariously, because she'll never play it herself, and I need her to experience that game. And I think that's true with a lot of people, is the reality of it. As much as I don't want to stream Outer Wilds because I think every single person on the planet should play it for themselves, there are just people who are not ever going to play Outer Wilds, and I think that those people deserve to be able to play it anyway. Wait, work the investigation board? What does that do? I guess I'll work the investigation board. Does that produce more stuff? I guess that produces more stuff. It's just the best game. Who's in Kabul? Magellan. Magellan, can you go to Muscat? The menuing here? Dog shit. Revealed enemy job. Beholder cell. Enemy base surveillance cycle complete. Okay. So we gotta give you your new perk. It proves the benefits of half cover. Cool. Let's go over here to the investigation board. Outskirts of Aleppo, Syria. You weren't followed, old man? On a plane? Cut me some slack. Sorry, I'm pretty sure some punks were sniffing around my safe house a couple days back. Random. No one has a goddamn clue about our gig here. So why did you want to meet? Just to say goodbye. This is on sending me to... What? Seriously? That sucks, man. Only for you, Jerry. In fact, I'll be keeping my eye on Project Iceberg now, and I'm actually going somewhere nice and tropical for a change. You dick. Being a chuckwagon bigwig has its perks. What about me? Just carry on. Your only major concern now is Operation Walter Poon. That was it. That was what did it. If you were curious, at what point I lost faith in this game, it was reading the words Operation Walter Poon. That was the point at which I couldn't do it anymore. Snake Choker. The vote will take place tomorrow in archery range. Snake Choker? Walter Poon? Poor Butler is still mopping up the mess, but I think I know what went down East Bank. The boys from Blank followed Blank to the gun peddler. Thank you for the care package, Autumn. And as enemy activity progresses, your options to deal with them become more and more limited. It pays to investigate enemy activity as soon as possible. Your final option to foil enemy plans is to launch a tactical mission. You can do it right until the enemy activity is over. The older initiative sent their operatives to kill our informer. In 16 hours, they'll kill someone. Foil enemy mission is 16 hours, 2 people. Assault 0 hours, prepare for and launch tactical mission. 13 hours, tail agent. Research personnel surveillance equipment at the workshop to unlock this job. Oh, I can't do those. Why? Access to recruits technology. Cool, that's just gone now. Informers reveal secrets after delay. During that time, the enemy may attempt to assassinate the informer. You launch informer rescue missions to gain secrets and new recruits. What? We're gonna do this. And if I'm punished for that, we're going to uninstall the game. Enemy operation interrupted. Hostile asset withdrew to safety. We win? We win. Corona. Stalker increases maximum range of the Overwatch cone. Martial Artist decreases awareness cost of takedowns. Mild Paranoia improves benefits of full cover. And Freediver. Let's do, for you, let's increase the range of the Overwatch cone. So we just put in like a half hour of work to protect an informer whose reward was to unlock the informer. There were no missions during that time. It was all occurring from, again, the completely silent headquarters. There's no, like, chance of success or anything. You just win, I guess. You can send people to places, and then they're just there, and then when they're there, they can do whatever they want. There's no cost to leaving someone in a foreign city. They don't have to come back at any point. Which is just weird. Oh, well, hang on. No agents in range. In 17 hours, they're gonna assassinate a dude. We better get 2 other people over there as soon as possible. Give him a vacation. Basically. Alright, Durand, you have some experience. You're going. You're working, you're working. Recon equipment? So, we don't have any time left, so we can't interrupt the op, and I don't have recon stuff, so I can't do a tactical recon or tail an agent. So I guess this time we only have kill them. So I guess that's what we're doing now. I see. You see, chat, the entire time we've been playing this, I've been using the arrow keys on the D-pad to navigate these menus. In this menu, the arrow keys are instead a bunch of other things. LB and the triggers and bumpers don't do anything. They just wanted to deny you the ability to use the D-pad to navigate. That's like baby's first game dev mistake. If someone navigates menus with the D-pad in one menu, you can't change that and make them navigate menus differently in a different menu. Don't do that. That isn't even like a secret of the trade. That's just duh. It's so easy to figure that one out. What are you doing? Distract available. I guess you guys are good. You cannot use support. Tactical recon has not been completed. So the thing that the tutorial mission starts you out on, the thing the tutorial mission teaches you a mission type that doesn't unlock by default. The mission type that we learned in the tutorial is one that's not unlocked by default. So that's our boy. Theoretically, you're just... Like, if this is showing me correctly, then that's where I want to deploy. I can't really see shit. camera. Locker. Looks like camera controls over there.
Standing by for orders.
Defenders toughen up when wounded. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a weird time to inform me that different enemies have different classes with different modifiers. Oh shit. I didn't expect him to go inside. Where is he going? Mouse over an enemy to see their patrol, like we do in the tutorial. Unless we've decided you don't need to see what their patrol is. In which case, we just won't show it to you during gameplay. Okay.
Yeah.
White men can wreak havoc on your awareness with their flashbangs. Yeah, any other tutorials you want to hide in the fog of war for me real quick? No? No, just those two? Okay, thanks. I am rapidly building a not great opinion of this game.
Uh-huh.
If I run in there, there's a... Yeah, I can do that. He's out of range of the camera. Hey, man. Die or whatever.
I trust this is important.
So there's a camera there, so I'm not going in that room yet. There's nothing in the bathroom. There's a camera there, which probably has line of sight there. Okay, nothing important that way. Welcome back, Cat.
Yeah.
The camera is going to be a problem. Oh, that's outside your line of sight, so I can actually... I can move there. If I can turn off the cameras, I can move there and then maybe... do that next turn. Okay. So let's find out. Does that turn off all the cameras or just the nearby one? Disabled security measures 6. None of them in the building I'm in. I can't reach him. Is he gonna move? He's probably not gonna move. Okay, move over here. I don't think he's gonna move. The camera is ruining me. That's a safe. There's more cameras over there. I don't know what that is. God, yeah, we're just kind of cooked there, huh? There's got to be like a camera around here, cause there's a door out front. Leave that closed so no one sees you in there. He's got a patrol. He's gonna go over there. Yeah, there's a door there. So I guess I'll have you check on from the outside.
Uh-huh.
Non-lethal on the civilian. That sure was an animation. A little bit of loot. Oh shit. If he walks over there and then turns to see me, we go loud. And there's nothing I can do about that. I just have to hope that's not what he decides to do with his turn. Because I don't have any movement left. Because I didn't use a movement to walk up to the door and then open the door, which, because you use a movement as a whole action, would have wasted my ability to actually walk into the room. Yeah, actually, the stealth is dog shit. You didn't see anything. Yeah, you didn't see anything. I'm technically safe here. See, she can't now go in there and close the door behind her. Oh, interesting. That might be the play then. I think there's a very good chance that this all goes to shit in a second anyway. Nope, he turned and looked the other way. We're good. What did she... Oh, she reacted to the body. Reacted to the body. I don't even know how to hide those. A competent person could have dragged it away, but that they literally haven't introduced bodies as a mechanic. So we just lose because the stationary NPC decided to unstationary and then find a body. Okay. I think it's going to take a second before they reach me anyway. But now that we're loud, because any person seeing you at all immediately makes you full loud. I can do 43 damage to that man. I don't know that I want to do 43 damage to that man. Yeah, I guess I want to do 43 damage to that man.
Hostile down.
Well, he's dead. Okay, optimum. Oh, yeah. Even though they're... So someone 3 buildings over saw a dead body, and this man automatically knows that there is someone behind him in the room, and he cannot be meleeed because he knows there's someone behind him in the room. Dog, it's just not good.
I read you.
No, you briefly glanced at the alien across the map. Now every single one of them knows where you are. Told it's fixed in XCOM 2 though, so possibly. But also, if this is going to be a hot take, this is going to be a nuclear take, and you are definitely allowed to disagree with me on this one, because this is going to be one of those, oh, squid with the nuclear takes or whatever. I think it's really different the way that an alien who is literally psychic is able to find me versus rent-a-cop mall guards at a coffee shop. Even the greatest trained spy in American US history, in Russian KGB history, would be hard-pressed to have a tenth of the instant communication of a telepathic alien. That's my hot take on the matter. Oh, the infuriating thing about the old ones is that they don't... You don't need to see them. They automatically always know where you are. Which is hella annoying. Okay. Yeah, they're psychic. They just literally know where everyone is at all times. Which, you want to know a fun fact, Mara? Ow! You get to make psychic people in the original XCOM. Your soldiers can become psychic. You can also just know where every enemy on the entire map is. That's just a thing you can unlock. You can just discover how to detect every enemy instantly. That's one of the in-game techs. Alright, if Durand can't kill this man, we're losing Durand on this mission. High roll is 97. He has 8 armor and no cover. What am I missing? I guess his awareness? Which isn't part of my equation. I don't know. He is an agent, so he has awareness, so he can theoretically just dodge this ability. Yeah.
I trust this is important.
There aren't low rolls, Mara. There's no RNG in this game. It's all math. That's why we're so mad about it. Yeah, Yeah, no, I was going to do that damage. The game just doesn't fucking tell me before I make the move. It already knew how much damage I was going to do. It was a mathematical equation. They're just not showing me. Imagine playing Fire Emblem, except it doesn't tell you how much damage an attack is going to do. You have to do the math yourself.
VIP released.
No! Here, I'll show you. I should be able to... Do you have... No, I don't have any targets. There's no way I'd be able to get in range of him, right? Theoretically, I might have a shot from here. Yeah, sure. I'll show you next turn. Oh, I wish I had a clean shot on him. He's gonna kill Durand. There's nothing I can do about Durand now. He's just cooked. Because I can run over here and but I do not have a clean shot. I guess I can try and sprint towards Durand and try and save him. Okay, do an Overwatch and do the maximum size circle. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. So he just let me live for no discernible reason. I should be dead, but he didn't punish me at all. So I'm just gonna kill him. Cool, I'm not going to kill him. How am I out of ammo? How am I out of ammo? I've shot the gun once. No, I shot the gun twice. It shoots 4 bullets when I shoot it. I've shot it twice. It has 20 bullets. That's 20 minus 8. How am I out of ammo? How am I, in what world am I out of ammo? Okay. Mara. Over on the right-hand side, you see where it says damage? Do you see 32-0? 32 is the maximum damage the gun is capable of doing. 0 is the minimum amount of damage the gun is capable of doing. It doesn't tell me which of those values is going to be produced. This man has no cover and 8 armor. Math as math, he should take 24 damage. 32 minus 8. That's how much damage he should take. He's an enemy agent. He has abilities I don't know about, and I don't know how they're going to affect the calculation. So I just have to hope this does 24 to him. If it doesn't, I'm probably going to die. He dodged it because of his awareness stat. It was a guarantee before I shot that he was going to dodge it. The game just didn't tell me that. Dog shit. Just dog shit, actually. Like, in what world? Truly, I do not know what they were thinking. Okay, so the other microfilm is like 5 buildings over. So we're just gonna have to make a hustle for that. Also, reloading that gun takes all of my move actions, so... Yeah, it is a mathematical certainty whether or not the enemy will dodge, they just won't tell you. So it still feels like having RNG. Do you have line of sight on an enemy? No. He went in through there. Do you have... What is your smoke grenades? Wow! That's a wild throw.
What the?
Yeah, see, I just don't have line of sight on him there, so there's nothing I can do. I have to reload. Which uses both my move actions, and now I can't shoot, because my gun requires a move action in order to shoot. Duran you don't have... I don't know, what's the range on your Overwatch?
Okay.
Whatever, I guess. Swapping weapons doesn't cost any actions, so... Oh! He dodged while sprinting and then shot me through a solid concrete wall. Enemy agents can apparently trigger their dodge while... Oh my god, why does everyone have line of sight on Durand? Durand's cooked. So yeah, if you sprint out of cover through an open field... into an enemy Overwatch, you still can proc the dodge from your agent abilities. And then you can shoot me, he can shoot me through a literal solid wall. Through this wall right here. He very, very obviously doesn't have line of sight, but he still did 12 damage through a wall. Truly baffling. Truly, honestly baffling. I ran minimum damage on that for no discernible reason. Duran's got to get out of there one way or another. Oh, hi. Well, Duran is dead. That mall cop is going to kill him.
Reporting secondary objective complete.
Well done.
I am actually legit impressed at how not good this game is. Oh, I should have put you at a window so that you'd be able to... Do you have... You do! Somehow you do! We may have saved Duran. No, just kidding, there's a different cop. Duran procced a dodge. Don't know how. That almost never happens for me.
Uh-huh.
Max damage 7. Min damage 4.
On it. Why not?
Yeah.
What do you think the word full cover means? This game is making me doubt that I know what the word full cover means. People, if you can shoot through full cover, why even call it cover? I'm so actually confused. Do you... Okay. If that dude moves, he's cooked. We're cooking him.
My skills are at your disposal.
My skills are at your disposal. Why can you... It says you can move there. This... Wait. No. No, but... This square... This square is literally visually inside of my movement. But I can't actually move there. It has incorrectly rendered my movement overlay. Because that's between two valid moves, it rendered it inside of my movement area, but because those are both hopping through a different ledge, it's actually not inside my movement. So I can't move to the space that's shown inside of my movement area. I don't have much to add to that one. You're not gonna cover anything they can't, so... Durand, you just keep your ass down. You're gonna die, you stick your head out. Okay.
I trust this is important.
Do you have a... You do have a first aid kit.
Of course.
Alright, buddy, you're getting out of this mission one way or another, Jesus Christ. Oh no, that doesn't go to the floor I thought it did at all. We're gonna have to go inside to get in there. Shit. Does that go to the... That does. You can get in through there. Okay, use one move to get up here. I just want to see what the situation looks like. No one's over there. Okay, bolt for it. Overwatch at that door. If you get that, we'll call in extraction next turn. You're a butthead.
Stick a fork in us. We're done.
Good job, team. Head back home.
Stick a fork in us. We're done. I might throw up. Why is it in the front yard? They're next to each other. Oh, we're gonna have to get there very quickly. Okay.
What's cooking?
You're gonna sprint up to here. And you're going to overwatch that door. Durand, you're gonna go here. And you are gonna overwatch nothing because your gun sucks.
Right.
You're gonna overwatch like that with the pistol. Because there's no reason not to do that. And you are going to overwatch your room here so that no one can surprise you. Okay. LMG. Okay, so next turn, I think you can probably make it out to here next turn and then in. So you should be good.
I trust this is important.
I'm gonna need you to just hustle because you're the furthest back right now. Okay, and then we're watching that direction. I unfortunately do just have to ask you to sprint into that room. I don't have time otherwise. Okay, let's take that. Next turn, I think you have the actions to grab that. So there's one. Those are all the classified documents. Next turn, he should have the actions to grab that, and then maybe run to the edge, and then he should be able to jump off into the escape afterwards. I hope. Let's find out how bad this goes.
Hey,
Okay. Let's start with you. I can't know if she's going to have line of sight when she gets up here. Out of the effective weapon range, okay. You are gonna go open that case. All loot, all data. You're gonna climb out this window and get there. I'm hoping he can make it there in one turn. He does not have a lot of movement, so it's gonna be close. You're not gonna kill with that. So we should move you here. Yeah, with 2 move actions, you're in range. Okay. And then you're gonna overwatch like that. So both of you are overwatching there. You're good. So you're the last thing that needs to happen. Honestly, yeah. Oh, I mean, yeah. Bruh! Nice, 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 nice. Alright, Deadpan, in.
What the?
Durand, in.
What do you require?
Canasta, in. Godiva, barely, but in. Bail out, motherfuckers. We outta here. The game might be bad, but I'm sure as shit not. Hey! All agents exfiltrated, all secondary objectives complete, all equipment acquired, all classified documents acquired. Durand lives by doing nothing! Officially, Aguirre is running operations for an American charity in the Middle East. In fact, this is a perfect cover for a smuggling ring. We followed the man to a remote location in Syria where he met an unknown American. We have a transcript of their conversation. If we're lucky, we can identify the visitor and blow the lid off the scam. Fender, my handler at the CIA, wasn't too happy about our unsanctioned raid in Pakistan. He threatened to remove me from command if I keep doing Leslie favors. Meanwhile, Leslie made contact, offering more leads on the nuclear smuggling ring. The suspect's code name, Aguirre, is worth following. I owe Leslie more than I do Fender, so the choice is clear. Leslie, my mentor, asked me to investigate rumors of nuclear research in Pakistan. During an incursion, we witnessed a cold test of a fission device, which means the Pakistani are at most months away from gaining nuclear capability. Someone had to sell them the technology. Extra light armor, an LMG-26, 2 of them, a pistol suppressor, and Godiva was rescued. Me and Durand were both wounded. Durand was thoroughly wounded, as a matter of fact. We do keep Godiva. He speaks Serbian and Croatian. Alright, buddy, you want an LMG? And then you can keep your gal that you had. You have a bulletproof vest. Yeah, it's fine. Huh. First aid kit isn't used up when it's used. Fascinating. Light armor. Openly hostile. Oh my goodness gracious! Toric Carne, welcome in, Raiders! For those of you who do not know me, my name is Liz, and this is my undersea tea house, the Squid Easy. Hello, Ice and Shadow. Hello, Aurora Borealis Frost. Hello, Tora. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. What were you doing? How was Metopia? I hope you had a good stream. Trans Dino Clown Girl Extraordinaire and friends here to bring you the brightest of days. Indeed, grab that burger. If anyone here needs to raid and run, do that. Food, water, just standing up and getting away from the computer, taking a nap, getting a shower. Whatever it is that you need to do, you go ahead and do that. We are going to be here, probably not for much longer, but we're going to be here. A bunger, even. But do get food. We love raid and runners here. I'm glad you had fun with Metopia. Well, maybe they're imitation pork. They could be imitation pork. They could have tofu in there. We're gonna need new identities for all these losers. My new name is Anastasia Smirnova. Anastasia Smirnova. Okay. Antoon Janssens. Smirnova. Made with real vegans. Vegans are vegan. Duran's face is so dumb, I love it. I say this all the time. One of our vegan friends in another chat, Hell Pepper, is always talking about like veganism is about being unable to get the consent of the animal in order to make it into food. And therefore, because humans are capable of giving consent about what you do with their bodies after they die, technically, if they consent, cannibalism is vegan. If they consent to it before death, cannibalism is vegan. And it's one of my favorite trains of thought. I love it. Yeah. Canon is just gonna keep printing money forever, because he's doing a great job in there. It's the logical train of thought from so for those of you who don't know, there are recipes being introduced into the world that use the most literal scientific word for it, semen, human semen, as a cooking ingredient, which is fine. And there was a debate about whether or not that constituted vegan. If it's donated with consent, it actually logically is vegan. And so the cannibalism thing was like the next logical step that they took to reach that. Which is pretty funny. If I had a nickel for every time I made a stream topic about cannibalism this raid train, I would have 2 nickels. But which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. It's wild that it's happened twice in one raid stream. Twice ever is like, it'll inevitably wrap back around, but it's wild that it's happened twice in a single raid stream, in a raid train. What do we have here? Do we have a new one? We do have a new one. Entirely unrelated. Incredible. Vanguard Aviation, private military company from Virginia with a number of Korean Vietnam veterans flying their signature black A-10s as close air support and reconnaissance for all manner of government operators, including Blink and Treadstone. Unofficially, they are reputed to keep secret hangars in various locations across the globe, able to deploy virtually anywhere within hours and most often faster than that. We got this. Archery range. Chuck wagon to chuck wagon. And we don't have a connection to those other ones. This Lenton LTD, Kingfish, Lovely Rita, Bad Company and Strikebreaker, Glenton LTD, Major Domo. What do we have with you? Around 10:15 a.m., 2 officers arrived claiming they were from Ion Storm. They refused to provide any identification, instead calling themselves Abaddon and Blank. They said the cash belonged to Blank and that they were authorized to commandeer the finding. Okay, so we do have Ion Storm. So that connects the Antioquia cartel. We don't have the Abaddon connection. I have that. And I can get Rule 72. Five conversation transcripts and 11 mercenary dossiers. SB? That's Space Buffoon. What's SB doing on here? SB and Citadel? Work here is done. Have fun rest of stream. Thank you for the lurk. Enjoy the flesh of the guilty. Plants are indeed the most evil creatures on the planet. Thanks for stopping in, Ice and Shadow. SB. Citadel. Gauze. Treadstone. Joint tendency. Frequency. Dear Madame, I was given your contact information by our mutual acquaintance WizKid. I wish to clear up any misunderstanding surrounding my recent operation in Floating City. I understand the chemicals from warehouses were the property of, and that you two were working together on your own brand of genocide. They produce oxygen, and oxygen keeps evil humans alive. This is true. Thank you for the lurk, Aurora Borealis. I hope you have a good one. Rest assured that the involvement of the pigs from Blank was against our plans as well. After all, some of my comrades are unjustly pursued by the fascist lackeys of Pro Pitcher. We will of course return the seized material. Pro Pitcher. Floating City. Snake Eyes. Diphthong. Floating City. Stealth Smokers. Free Thinkers. I worked for Blank and Blank for the past 7 years. I have direct relations with Gauze and recruited your allied assets, Blank and Blank. I'm familiar with Blank operations and Blank having taken part in diversion op against KGB. I attached a dossier with a sample of materials I have access to. I'm sorry for breaking into your car, but rest assured, it was only to leave this message. In fact, your secretary is a mole for Blank, whose higher-ups are in our pocket. So there's the KGB. I do have a connection to Gauze. Colorado con men. Hello, Suzuka. Welcome in. We're considering the game Phantom Doctrine, which is a video game that chat wanted me to play, And that's what we're doing today. It hasn't been going great. But when chat asks you to consider a game, you consider it. Cuban DJI's safe house in blank was raided by an unknown party, and all friendlies, including Diphthong, are considered MIA. We're analyzing the footage recovered by blank. So far, it seems freethinkers could be involved. Innkeeper was spotted outside the compound more hours before the attack. Diphthong, freethinkers, Cuban DJI. Connection to that? No. Oh, I do. There you are. Innkeeper. Slick Venom and Shy Celebrity proceeded to intersection of 9th and 47th and reached a vantage point overlooking the hot dog vendor that Snake Eyes is known to frequent. After 7 hours passed and the target did not appear, the agents on site contacted HQ for further guidance. While Blank spoke contacts in Sappercore, Slick Venom and Shy Celebrity approached the hot dog vendor, attempting to determine whether Snake Eyes had already visited the location that day. The vendor refused to provide any information unless the agents purchased a large number of hot dogs. Slick Venom and Shy Celebrity returned for 2 more days, purchasing more hot dogs, but Snake Eyes had apparently stopped visiting the location. I would agree with that, actually. Yeah, that has been kind of our experience with it so far, is that they don't find any kind of tactical element to replace the luck with. So their removal of it is just, even though the luck element of XCOM can be deeply unsatisfying at times, the reality is it is a core component of how the game works, and its removal doesn't just automatically improve the product, you know? SB is connected to Treadstone. New agent, enemy revealed, the courier, Benson, or Duran's interrupt talent revealed. So those all happen? I think those all happen. Identities of enemy agents may be revealed randomly via secret documents or deliberately from a locate agent job. When an agent is revealed, so is their current activity. Over time, agents obtain new identities and need to be revealed again. I see. They don't have the upgrade to do anything about it. We're still doing recon equipment. You have the last piece for this. I appreciate your thrilling account of the hand-to-hand fight in the plane's cargo hold, but you neglected to mention your subsequent arrest in East Bank upon landing. Bribes paid to tentative to secure your release, and the unequivocal fact that you are in fact an insubordinate ass who should listen to their handler if they are ever in fact sent on a mission again. Please make these corrections and resubmit your reports. Regards. Well, I'll stop using my Russian accent. It was just an accent. And then adopts the CIA VA? No. That's wild. They had to have, like, lost access to the KGB VA midway through, right? They had to have, like, recorded half the dialogue and then stopped paying them or something? What? How does that happen? That's wild. Complaining about papal visit to popular venue. You know DIA's involvement? No, they scrapped that completely. DIA. Popular venue. Swordsman. Tentative. I'm writing to report on the progress, or rather the setbacks experienced by our operation UpTorrent. Reported that fragments of our research data were found in US DoD cables. If blank lackeys learn about what we're doing, Night Warden here will shut us down. Simply is not fit for this delicate work. It was the case already at last barricade. There's one more in there. U.S. Department of Defense. Up turret. Night Warden. Last barricade. Snake choker. Catalina Park. Dean McMacken, Department of Defense.
Tell me you got something good for me.
You bet. Aguirre met with some DoD bigwig. Talked about something called Project Iceberg.
Iceberg comes up in my reports as well. It must be important. Anything else?
They're also running an op called Walter Poon.
Shit, that's not good. Walter Poon is one of the fake names I used back in Hong Kong. Actually, I need...
Walter Poon is a fake name from the Hong Kong operation?
You're in Beirut?
Yeah, just arrived. Look, I gotta go get some...
Leslie. Leslie! What the fuck just happened?
Based on the recorded conversation, it appears members of the American Department of Defense are involved with the nuclear smuggling ring. Either they are corrupt or the government actually supports Pakistani efforts in this respect. Monitor, Ragdoll, and Quartz. No files to analyze. Forger is working. Perform a special mission to advance the story. Leslie's call broke off suddenly in a war-torn country. It could mean nothing but trouble. That one will wait. Let's see, Aleppo is free, so you go, and you go. And then, how long am I estimated in the... It doesn't give you an estimate, does it? No, why would it do that? Good old Poon. Good old Poon. What do you think, Kat? We've hit the 4-hour mark. That last mission technically worked. We completed it. Yeah. Yeah, you think so? Hey, you want to know what's interesting, Kat? There's music on this screen. Did it bug last time, or did, like, maybe we were on here for too long and it ran out? Hear those sound effects? There wasn't music or sound effects last time we were here. It was still doing, like, the zoom in and zoom out. It was still making the, like, clicks when I tabbed between the menus, so the audio wasn't broken. It just forgot the ambience. Jan Schmidt? I can't believe our enemy is Jan. That's not true. I can believe that. Okay. I think we might call it on Phantom Doctrine. I think that might be a thing we do. Alas, I think we need to call it on Phantom Doctrine. I don't think it's going anywhere is the problem. Can I... It certainly showed a lot of promise. I think that there's a lot of effort put into re-flavoring XCOM and making all of those flavors very much directly correspondent to the theme of Phantom Doctrine. But that's kind of where it ends, unfortunately. There isn't really a lot of an attempt to kind of like retool a lot of it. So you can kind of just see, it's like, oh, that's this mechanic from XCOM, it just doesn't work here. Oh, that's this thing from XCOM. It's not balanced in this game. Oh, that's this feature from XCOM. That doesn't make sense with human enemies. So it's kind of... It's definitely got that working badly against it. It really wanted to have, like, stealth mechanics, which I think was, like, maybe a bit of a bold attempt for this. That was maybe really bold for an XCOM, like, to have stealth segments. It doesn't work. Maybe later in the game you get the ability to, like, hide bodies or do corpse disposal or something. I really needed to start with that, is kind of the thing. The fact that I didn't start with that, it kind of puts me at a disadvantage. Because, well, the game doesn't tell you that taking a picture of a document will get you alerted. So I alerted the first mission. Then the game doesn't tell you that enemies, like, alert to corpses. You kind of assume so, but, like, all the dudes in that room were non-patrols. They were all stationary. One of them just suddenly stopped being stationary without warning, and then immediately walked into a corpse sounding the alarm. It's just, that doesn't work. It just doesn't work that way. And I don't think it's because the game didn't have good ideas. I think there was a lot of neat stuff. I really liked the corkboard thing. I didn't like anything else going on. Again, here's the thing. It doesn't make sense for these special agents out in a secret base in Beirut to be spending very, very slowly printed money to buy components to craft their own flashbangs and lockpicks. That really just doesn't make sense. But they have that because there are jobs you can work in XCOM to produce money, and there are workstations in XCOM where you craft items. So they just copied that over. So, like, it's that. That's what it is. It's just seeing the things and going, you really should have just made this your own game, but you're trying too hard to stick to the formula. I don't know. I didn't hate it for what it's worth. There's a part of me that wants to do a little bit more and see where the story goes, but I'm kind of already getting that, like, you know that feeling you get where you haven't seen a lot of writing, but the writing you have seen is so kind of exactly what you expect it to be that you don't have high hopes for the future? That's kind of where I'm at with the writing. I'm just like, there's enough spelling and grammar mistakes, there's enough characters just saying the default response to dialogue that I really don't have high expectations for the story. Also, am I just supposed to know the full history of the development of nuclear weapons in Pakistan to understand this game? Dog, I don't know anything that's going on. I don't know who I work for. I chose the CIA, but then it just said that I had a CIA background and half my staff doesn't speak English. So I assume I'm a CIA agent that's just embedded deep? But am I, like, just a CIA agent? Am I, like, part of a specific cell? Am I doing a specific job? Right at the beginning of the game, your new handler comes at you for doing a favor from your old handler, which seems to be the only thing you're doing, and you aren't even given any kind of a choice. You just continue to work for your old handler. It'd be interesting to introduce either of those characters. So yeah, it's really incomplete. It just, there isn't any execution. That felt early access. And I don't say that with any hate in my heart, because I love many, many early access games. And there are a lot of games that you play them and you're like, oh, there's a lot of things I could see in this game that could be upgraded, that would make it a better experience, that I think aren't quite done yet. And when you see that early access sticker on that game, you go, oh my gosh, yeah, totally, they're probably going to fix those things, and you love it. If this game said early access on it, I would be very, very excited for what the team was going to do next. I would. I legit would be excited to see where this game is going if it was early access. Chat, this game launched in 2018. It's not getting any better. It's done. It's cooked. This is how they served it at the restaurant. It's not going back in the oven for a few more minutes. It's done. Yeah. I don't have any complaints about it graphically. It didn't seem to have any kind of bugs or anything, so it feels like a very complete experience as is, but a lot of its ideas and execution just are not finished. They're just half-baked. If a Phantom Doctrine 2 shows up from this team, I might be excited to see where they go from here. It might be interesting to see if they could do a better job on a second pass. Oh no! I opened up the list of other games that this developer has worked on. It's not... They don't have a great lineup. They have a game called Aircraft Carrier Survival Tutorial, Builders of Greece Prologue, Property Tycoon Demo. They have a bunch of games that appear to just be demos for things they haven't actually finished yet. They apparently worked on a... I don't know if this is like a remaster of Postal? I guess they worked on a Postal remaster. And they released 300 DLCs for it. They have an upcoming game called Black Gold, which is... It's just one of those, like, asset flip simulator games. It's building an oil rig, but with, like, incredibly, like, Steam Workshop type assets. Which is wild from the same team that made Phantom Doctrine. And then they have an upcoming game called Phantom Doctrine: The Cabal. It's a stealth third-person shooter, and I'm not gonna lie, it doesn't look great. It doesn't look great. So I guess they just decided to make a generic Metal Gear Solid knockoff shooter instead of trying to improve on the formula of Phantom Doctrine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Phantom Doctrine was the closest they came to making an actual game, and when they came up short, they went back to making trash. Which is such a shame, because I do feel like the team that made this game probably wanted to make a good video game. I don't feel like Phantom Doctrine is a generic asset flip, garbage shovelware game. I feel like there was actual solid effort put into this, and I feel like the team responsible for it probably wanted to do an XCOM and have a breakout success that people were going to be talking about. And they didn't have the chops for it. But my hope, when I see a game like that, is that they tried again, and this team appears to have just gone back to slop. That doesn't mean they're cooked. If they make some money making slop, maybe they'll get a few more years of experience under their belt. Maybe some of that slop actually has some heart and soul put into it. Maybe they end up selling enough slop that they can afford to make another try at one of these actual attempts, and they can pull it off. RoboCop is exactly the game I was thinking about, Kat. RoboCop Rogue City is made by the exact same type of dev as Phantom Doctrine. And it's certainly a game that, like, RoboCop Rogue City is a game that has problems. It's not a perfect game. But there is just... that game is oozing with passion for the project that they were working on. It is so uniquely developed specifically for what it is trying to do. It doesn't feel like it's knocking off literally any other game. I can't think of a shooter that plays like RoboCop that isn't RoboCop. Because you move very, very slowly through open environments, ignoring cover, and just trying to kill enemies before they kill you. In some ways, it is an open world rail shooter. Which is insane, because a rail shooter shouldn't be open world. That's not what a rail is. You can't have an open world rail shooter. It can't be a rail shooter in that case. But that's what it is. It's a rail shooter where you're not on a rail. Where you're just moving through environments, taking out enemies before they take you out, because cover isn't really the focus. But you're not on a rail. Insane. Honestly, a completely original and unique game. Phantom Doctrine is trying too hard to be XCOM. And it's not doing anything unique of its own. And it doesn't know what it's trying to be, other than knockoff XCOM. I hope the team that worked on this gets a chance to do it again. I hope that their Phantom Doctrine shooter game ends up being interesting and works out for them. Because I do think that the people who worked on this put some... I think that this game had heart. I felt it. I felt a sincere effort to make a good game here. It's not a good game. It needed better management. It probably needed more time and money, which they just did not have. And it needed more experienced game dev. It's not buggy. It runs fine. But yeah, it needed more time. It happens. I hope that you enjoyed my insightful and objectively correct opinions on this game that you handed us, Dead Man. I know that that's your favorite thing, is hearing me disassemble a game and analyze all of its component pieces, and I think I actually was able to really aggressively do that here, because I think there was a lot to disassemble and analyze, so... I want to like it. I'm looking at it on my Steam page, and I'm looking at, like, you know when you have a game, they have, like, a default image of it? There's just a shot of gameplay on here. And it's just like, without knowing what the game turned out to be, the shot here of just, like, the gameplay makes me really want to play whatever it is. But I know what it is underneath that. Am I gonna raid out? I could raid out. It feels early. 4 hours isn't a very long stream from me. Do you want to do a little bit of filler at the end of the stream? We could. I don't know. Thank you for the care package, Carolyn. Fill these pants, grab. See why I fell off? Something more exciting happened. It should be fun because I love spy stories, but rather play Alpha Protocol if I'm playing an unfinished spy game. Yeah, it's kind of like there's something very deeply charming about Evil Genius, which has sort of that, like, more of the James Bond kind of spy type energy rather than the, like, Cold War spy type energy. Because there's sort of there's a difference in those two genres, right? But there is something really, like, charming about it that makes you want to enjoy it more, but it doesn't hit. And if anything better came along, it'd be gone. Evil Genius exists because there isn't really another game that does what it's doing. The problem with this game is, aesthetically it's pretty unique, but there is another game that does what it's doing. It's just doing XCOM. Yeah. I don't know. I'll talk it through with you, chat. Benefits of raiding out. I raid out. I spend the rest of my evening doing whatever I feel like doing. I make some food. I play some video games. I call it a night. Enjoy myself. Have a little bit of free time. The cons, if I raid out now, it's a little early in the stream. I could do another game for a little bit longer. It feels kind of bad to raid out so soon. 4.5 hours is a pretty short stream for me. The flip side, if I boot up another game, then when I upload this VOD to YouTube, this VOD will be called Phantom Doctrine. And then the last, like, 3 hours of it will be me playing Balatro or something. And I don't know how I feel about that. I wish that the YouTube uploader let me split VODs into 2 uploads, but it only lets you split them by 15-minute increments, and I don't want to upload 76 videos every time I stream, so... Yeah, we'll do a short... You know what? We'll do a short stream tonight. That's okay. It's good. Every so often, I need to have short streams so that I can take some time in the evening for myself. If every stream is 10 hours, I'm going to become rapidly exhausted by streaming. I'm not. I'm lying to you. I could easily do a 10-hour stream every time, but, you know. We have so many good options. Yes, Lear, I'm raiding out early so I can go get some rest. Play a game on my own. Take some time for myself. Maybe hang out with Kit before she has to go to bed. Sleepy squid. Whoa, we have so many good options, chat. Cam is freed from their containment. You are released. Where's somewhere we haven't been in a while? Let's do that. Have I been over here recently? I don't think so. How long have you been streaming for? Am I gonna raid into ads if I raid in over here? I might raid into ads if I raid over here. It's okay, you haven't been going for very long. We'll head over here. Okay. Alright, thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight, for watching Phantom Doctrine. It was a good time. I still had a good stream. I still had fun with it. it's certainly, it is a game that is missing just enough pieces to be like oh yeah, I love this, I want to play more of it. But, you know, I kind of do like this genre of game. Marvel Midnight Suns taught me, oh, you can do the XCOM thing, and it doesn't need to be frustratingly mathematical and RNG and statistics based. You can actually do some really cool stuff with it. Midnight Suns has been great. I love it. And we're definitely going to be doing more of that very soon. Friday, I do have a plan for Friday. I just don't remember what it is. Shoot. Oh, I might end up playing Rockay City on Friday. I think a Rockay City stream might be nice on Friday. So we might play some Rockay City. Rockay City is not a good game. I don't even think it'll make for a great stream because it's kind of a disaster game. But for reasons I'll talk about if we decide to stream it on Friday, we might do that on Friday. It'll be either that or I'll find something else that's more interesting the day of. So I hope to see you all again on Friday. If you're not already... Huh? Get back over here. Where'd you go? Where are you going, chat? Come here. We're not done yet. You don't get to leave that easy. I have to do my send-off. This is the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you could join the Discord. It gets you go live notifications, so you know where I'm going to be next. For example, my next stream is on Friday. But tomorrow, Thursday night, I'm going to be over at the Captain's Table doing the finale of our current Pathfinder campaign, The Party. And you can come and see the finale of our campaign. So that's really exciting. And you'll only know about that if you're getting go live notifications from the Discord. We also have these raid messages, which you can copy and paste over into our raid targets chat. Let them know that you're stopping by and hanging out. Everyone loves to see a raid message. But, you know, you drop one of those. Thanks for the hydrate, Lyra. You don't have to stick around afterwards. You can just drop a raid message and lurk for a bit if you just want to catch the vibes. Thank you, Sarah Lane. Thank you so much for stopping in and hanging out with us. You were a delight in chat. I am actually very, very smart, and I am very, very fair when I analyze video games. I'm also, however, hypercritical and find even the tiniest mistakes and go, behold, mistake. And so I can sound very toxic sometimes, and I am working on that. But I like to highlight both the good and the bad in the games that we play here, so. I think that's pretty much it. Thank you all so much for watching and hanging out. We're going to go say hi to Keely, who is a very good friend, who is always coming over here and raiding us, but we don't have the scheduling. She's raiding out, like, around the time I'm usually starting my streams. So, since she's up late tonight, now is a perfect time to go over there and see what she's up to. Doing some Guild Wars. Wrapping up some stuff in Guild Wars. So that's cool and exciting. We're going to go say hi to Keely. Also does good crocheting. And is just an absolute delight. She is a treasure to this world. So go say hi to Keely. Make sure to drop those raid messages into the chat. And I hope to see you all again soon. If I'm lucky, I'll see you all tomorrow over on the Captain's Table for some Pathfinder. But either way, feel free to use Liz Raid if you'd like. Either way, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you have a good time, but it's closing time. Let's go easy. Make sure to get your last-minute drink orders. I almost forgot to tell you. Grab those last-minute orders. You have a few seconds left to do a bunger. Head on out the door. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Thanks for watching.